Welcome to my Complete Man Stack tutorial. In this 4-part tutorial series, we'll develop an end-to-end news or blog application comprising of a REST API, an admin panel, a front-end website, and an Android and iOS mobile applications using Node.js, Express, MongoDB, React.js, and React Native. In real-world applications, we are frequently required to develop applications comprising of a REST API which provides the core functionality and data for web and mobile apps, an admin dashboard for content creation, user management, reporting, and other administrative tasks. Mobile applications, that's Android and iOS client applications for mobile devices, and a front-end website for the general public. So in this tutorial, we'll develop a project for a hypothetical client whose name is RockTech. The client has requested that we develop a news or a blog application which they will use to create and publish stories and blog posts via an admin panel. They want their customers to read these stories on their website or via the Android and iOS mobile applications we'll develop for them. Users should be able to comment on and share these stories on social media. Additionally, they want to post their published YouTube videos on the application so that users will watch these videos directly on their website and in their mobile applications without having to visit YouTube. Now, to keep things manageable, we'll break up and develop the applications above in 4 parts. In part 1, we'll develop the complete news and blog API using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. In part 2, we'll develop a complete admin dashboard for the news and blog site using React.js and Ant design. In part 3, we'll develop the Android and iOS mobile apps using React Native, UIKit, and Expo. And finally, in part 4, we'll develop the front-end website using React.js and Bootstrap 4. Okay, so let's get started with part 1. That's the part where we develop the news API using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. So specifically in this part, we are going to develop the application with authentication and authorization using passport.js and JSON Web Tokens JWT. We'll add model validations for data entry using express-validator. We'll model our data and construct our schemas using Mongoose. Then we'll create the CRUD methods for categories, stories, videos, and comments. And then we'll add authorized routes for admins only. We'll add Swagger documentation with authentication using swagger-autogen and also with file uploads. And finally, we'll add sending emails, data pagination, rate limiting, and image uploading in our API. Now, to follow along with this tutorial, you're going to need Node.js installed on your development machine. You're also going to need MongoDB, that's the community version, installed on your local machine. Then you require Visual Studio Code or any other code editor that you are comfortable with. And finally, you can install and use the yarn package manager. So instead of the npm package manager, right? Okay, so with this brief introduction, we can move on now and start coding right after I show you the preview of the applications we are going to develop. Now, before we start developing the applications in this series, let me show you what we are going to be developing, right? The first thing we are going to develop is the API, and this is the API in Swagger. We are going to document it using Swagger, right? Okay, let me show you the endpoints. Now, these are the authentication endpoints. We have the login, the register, the verify email, forget password, password reset, and then change password. And in addition to this, we have the admin endpoint to view users, to get a specific user, to see our application with startup data, and then to create other administrators. The post endpoints are going to be used to get categories, create a category, update a category, get a single category, and delete a category. We have the endpoints for stories, where you're going to get stories, create a new story, get the top stories based on views, and then to update stories, to get a single story, and to delete a story. And we have this endpoint that we're going to use on the actual site, right? So that our URLs are going to look pretty. And then there's the endpoint to get videos, to create a new video, to get top videos based on views, to update a video, and to get a specific video by ID, and to delete a video. Then we have the comment endpoints. So where users are going to post a comment and then they can delete their comment. The profile endpoints are going to be for logged in users to get their profile and then to update their profile. Now these are the models in this our applications. So we have like the login model here, we have the email and the password, and the red asterisks here show that it is a required field. The same with the password, and we also have examples of what is expected. So the same thing with the register model and all the other models in this API. Okay, so this is the API, but let me show you some of the interesting things about the API. Now, typically when you are testing an API, there are endpoints that are protected. Like all the endpoints that have this padlock, they are all protected. Now, before you can use any of these endpoints, you have to be authorized. Now, we are building our Swagger documentation such that we can authorize ourselves and our requests are going to be authenticated. Now, let me demonstrate some of these. So let's start with the login. If I come here, I can say try it out, and then I can enter my email and the password. Now, what I have here as a sample is an actual email and password that I'm using. So if I click here and I say try it out and I execute, it's going to take a while and then I'll have my authentication. So this is the response I received from our API, and you can see the email, the role, the name, and then our token, our JWT token. And I can copy this JWT token and come over to authorize and click on it. Then I can type bearer because it's a bearer token and paste in our token. And then I click on authorize. Now, if I close it and I go to any endpoint that is protected, so let's say this admin endpoints for users, I can click on it like this and execute it. And you can see that I've received the response back from the API. Okay, so this is it. And let me show you another thing about this endpoint. So we talked about rate limiting and pagination, right? So this is where you can use it. So for instance, I can say fetch only one user and then page one, because I have only two users here, and I'll execute. And you can see that I have only one user returned from the API. So I can do the same with all other endpoints that are protected. Okay, now let me come back here and log out and close it. And then let me try to get the same users on this endpoint. If I click execute, look at the response I'm going to receive. I'm going to receive 401 unauthorized, right? Okay, so the other interesting thing I want to show you is creating a story. So let me show you. Okay, here you can see I can enter the category ID. Let me say try it out. And then I can actually choose a file and then upload it right inside our Swagger, and then the category ID, the title of the post, and then the body of the post, and execute it. Of course, if I try now, you can see what's happening because it's required. Okay, let me type in some rough data and try to execute this, and let's see what we get. Okay, so I execute, and of course I'm going to have unauthorized. Even if I'm logged in as another user, only administrators can create stories. So that's not going to work. They are going to still receive unauthorized. Okay, so this is the brief of the API we're going to develop, right? Okay, now let me show you the administrative backend we are going to develop, the admin panel. So this is the admin panel, and if I come here, you can see that it will just redirect me to login because the admin panel is strictly for administrators, right? Okay, so let me attempt to log in, and I'll do this. Let me come back here. I have the password here, and I can just copy it because I have an actual account with this. So let me copy it. Let me come back here and paste it, and then sign in. Now you can see that I can't click this button again. Okay, it has already gone. And then this is the admin panel we're going to develop. Okay, so the admin panel, the actual website and the mobile applications are not completed yet. It is only the API that is completed. But I have developed it halfway, so that I can demonstrate this, right? You can see our navigation panel, and I can minimize it and maximize it back. This is our dashboard. We are going to have more widgets here, right? This just shows the registered users, the posted stories, and the posted videos. And if I come here under stories, I can expand this and then say all stories. And these are the actual stories that we have in our application, that we created using Swagger. Okay, so you can see the stories here, and then we have our pagination, and I can click on a story and look at the details. So this is not really that beautiful, but it is just the admin backend. Now, if you look at the link, you see that we have an SEO friendly link, right? So we are going to also create this, and let me come back here and expand it. I can edit this story and delete it, right? But I can also come here and add a story, right? So these are actual categories coming from our application. I can select a category, and then I can enter a title. Okay, and once I navigate away from the title, we're going to see that our slug has been created for us, and you can see that these special characters are no longer part of it. I can modify this slug, so in case if there's another slug inside and then this can't go, so I can modify it from here, and I can click to upload images. So let me just pick this image, and you can see, and here I have a full, what you see is what you get, like a complete editor. I can enter everything, my text that I want to post. I'm just entering characters that don't make sense, and I can do all the usual things, like I can pull this, I can italicize, I can underline, and everything I do here is going to be saved in our database, right? So in the actual website, all of this formatting that I do is going to be available there. I can make whatever I want, maybe a block code, a H1 or H3, whatever it is that I want to do here. And when I'm done, I'm going to post it. I'm not going to create this story, I'm just demonstrating, right? And I can go back to my dashboard or go to my videos, and these are the actual videos that we've posted from our API, okay, in our demo. And I can click on this and view the video details, and then I can see the URL, and I can see the title on YouTube, and I can play it right here. Okay, so just to preview, I'm not going to play it now. If you play it, it's going to play normal. When I'm done doing whatever I want to do here, I can log out. So this is what we've developed so far in the admin backend, and we're going to add other features before that tutorial. Okay, so let me show you the website, and this is the website. Okay, note that I actually zoomed into 250, so the site may look slightly different. So this is the website, and just like the admin backend, it is also getting all its data from the API. Now we can see here top stories. These are just samples I created to show you. And if you look here, you see that we are using time ago. So I created this story. I posted this story 2 hours ago, right? And then you can see this one is a day ago. And then we can open up that story on the website. So this is what users are going to be seeing, right? So all the formatting we added from our admin panel is going to be available. I mean, it's going to show up here, okay? And we can see the comment. And if I'm logged in, I can post a comment, right? And it will appear here. This is the default picture of people who haven't changed their pictures, right? Okay, so this is it. Let's go back to the home page and let's continue scrolling. So these are the top stories based on views, and then these are our latest videos. Okay, so the same videos we saw on the admin panel, and based on the requirement, the client wants users to be able to just watch the video in this site. So if you click here, you can see that this video is going to play. Let me stop it. Okay, and then these are the latest stories. Okay, so we have all of these stories, and any of this story you can of course drill down and read the details, the whole story. Okay, so this is the website, and here is our navigation for the website, and we can close it. Okay, so this is the website halfway developed, right? And before the tutorial for this, we are going to have the full website. So this is the mobile application we are going to develop. Let me move it here. Okay, so this is the preview of the mobile application we are going to build. So it will have bottom tabs, and it will have a drawer navigation, and our bottom tabs are going to serve as kind of like home page, something like what we have on Twitter, right? Okay, so you can come here. All of this we are fetching from our API in the local host, also the videos, right? And then you can navigate using the drawer. I'm sure by the time we are done, we are going to have more links here. And if you log in, we are going to also have the logout button here. Okay, so this is the application we are going to develop. And you can see the pull to refresh and everything works. Okay, so this is the preview of all the applications we are going to be developing in this series. So the API, the admin backend, the website, and then the mobile application. Okay, so at this point, we can go over now and start developing our API. Now, as you can see, in this folder is a folder on my desktop called tutorial, and it's empty. I'm going to create another folder inside, and I'll call that folder API. Okay, so I have the API folder. I'm going to double click so that it will become the active folder. Now, if I highlight the content of this address bar, that's if you are using Windows, and I type CMD and I press enter, it's going to open up my command prompt. Here it is, and it will open it right inside of this folder. We are going to build our application from the ground up. So we'll just start with an empty folder and type yarn init -y. So we'll accept all the defaults, and I'm going to press enter. And so if you look inside of our folder, you will see that the package.json file has been initialized here. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is to install all of the dependencies that we are going to need in this application. I'm going to install them in alphabetic order. So I'm going to do yarn add bcrypt.js, that's the first one, course.env EJS email templates express-paginate express-validator JSON web token Mongoose unique validator Multa node mailer passport JWT swagger-autogen and finally Swagger UI Express. Okay, let me just take a minute to be sure that everything I typed is correct. Okay, everything looks good, and okay, except here express validator and Milta should have this space. Node mailer passport-jwt, swagger-autogen, and swagger UI Express. So with this, I'm going to press enter and all of these packages are going to install. Okay, so apparently I have an error and I can see that it is with the spelling of bcrypt.js. So let me do this and correct that spelling. So this should be bcrypt.js. Let me try this again. Right. So everything appears to be working as expected, and very soon we are going to have all of our packages installed. All right, so let's give him a moment for that. Okay, so we have all our packages installed. What we are going to do now is, if you are using Windows, you can just type code. So you just type code space dot and then you press enter, and our Visual Studio Code is going to open up right inside of that folder. Okay, so here is our Visual Studio Code, and let me zoom this in a little. I think this is good enough. Okay, so now that we have it zoomed, let me open our packages.json and let me explain some of those dependencies that we installed there. Okay, so the first one here is bcrypt.js, and we are going to use bcrypt.js to hash passwords or any other secret text that we don't want people to be able to read. So we'll hash our passwords with it. The next one is CORS. It is used to enable CORS, that's cross-origin resource sharing, right? The next one is .env. Okay, so we are going to use .env to create environmental variables, to create and load environmental variables. That's configurations that we need to use within the application, right? And the next one is EJS. So EJS, or embedded JavaScript, is a HTML templating package, and we are going to use it to send HTML emails. And then we have the the email template. So using the email templates together with EJS, we'll be able to send HTML templated emails. The next one is Express, and Express is the web application framework that we'll use to develop the API. The next one is Express Paginate. We are going to use it to add pagination to our list and also to enforce rate limiting. The next one is express-validator. We will use express-validator to validate inputs, that's user-submitted inputs from the front end before we save it to the database. The next one is the JSON Web Token. We are going to use it to create JSON Web Tokens. The next one is Mongoose, and we'll use Mongoose to create schemas or construct schemas that are going to map to MongoDB objects, right? The next one is the Express Unique Validator. It enforces unique validation. So if we want a field to be unique, we can use the unique validator. And what it does is it adds a pre-save validation, right? So before data or the object is actually saved, it will validate it, to make sure that there's no another entry exactly like that one. And the next one is Milta. We are going to use Milta to save files that we upload. The next one is NodeMailer. NodeMailer is for sending emails from Node.js. The next one is Passport. Passport is used to add authentication to Node.js applications. The next one is passport-jwt. We're going to use it to add support for authentication using JSON Web Tokens. The next one here is swagger-autogen and the Swagger UI Express. We're going to use both for our Swagger documentation. So the autogen is going to help us to automatically generate our documentation, and then the Swagger UI Express is what you use in Express or Node.js applications to actually display your Swagger documentation. Okay, so now that we have all the required dependencies, that's the packages installed, let's start by modifying our package.json. Okay, so if you look at it, we don't have our startup scripts. So what we need to do here is to add a section called scripts, and we have autocomplete there. And the script we want to add is the startup script, right? So we add start, and anytime we issue the start command, what we want to run is the index file. So let's enter the node. We want Node.js to run index.js. Now we haven't created this script yet, the index file, but we are going to create it shortly. So we have it here. The next thing we will do is to create this index file. Okay, so before we create our index.js file, let me just introduce you to a couple of extensions I have. Actually, just one. I have an extension. It's called Gamunu, I think. GAMUNU. Okay, so this is the extension I have installed here. And what this extension allows me to do is to issue yarn commands from the terminal here. So from the terminal within Visual Studio, I'll be able to enter yarn commands. The second package that I have on my system is a package called Touch CLI. And you can install it by going to your terminal and typing npm install touch CLI, touch-cli globally. Okay, so what this package allows you to do is to be able to use the touch command from the terminal in Visual Studio Code. So that way you'll be able to create files faster. Instead of right-clicking and creating a file, you can just enter touch and then you'll be able to create it. Okay, so I already have it installed and I'm not going to install it again. Okay, so back in our project, let me open the terminal and I'm going to create the index.js. So I'm going to type touch index.js and then I'll press enter. All right, you can see that it has been created here. But before we code our index file, we need another file, that's the environmental file, where we're going to define some of the things that we require in the index.js file. So let me do that. Let me touch .env. I'll just call it .env and then enter. So we have the environmental file here. Okay, so let's put some of the values that we're going to need. Environmental variables are made up of name value pairs and they are generally defined outside of the application. These are values that maybe we need to use in the application, right? So we just create it in the environmental variables and then those values will be available for us throughout the application. So let's code those values that we need. Okay, so the first one we need here is going to be our MongoDB URL. So I'll just call it mongo-db. db is equal to the default URL for MongoDB is mongodb :/ localhost and the port is 27017 and we're going to define the name of the database that we need to create. Okay, so the database is going to be RockTech. The next thing we need is our port. So the port that we're going to run our application on. The practice is to define this in capital letters. So I'm going to define the port in capital letters and it is going to be port 5000. Okay, so the next thing is let's define our pagination and rate limiting environmental variables. So I'm going to type limit. That is, the limit is going to be the default limit. So the number of items to fetch if the user does not specify it, and that will be 10. The next one is the max limit. So what are the maximum number of items that we are going to allow the user to fetch at once? Okay, so max limit is going to be 50. We can always change this. The next one is the JWT secret, what we are going to use to hash our password. So I'll just type JWT secret and this is usually just random text, right? Random string, and you have to make sure it's random enough. Okay, so I'm going to just copy a random string and I'm going to paste it here so that we don't have to sit and type that. Okay, so I think with this, we have the variables we need to start coding our application. So let me come back to our index file and open it. And we're going to start coding our index file. Now, in our index file, that's the first script that is going to run when we run our Express application. We need to import some of the packages that we're going to require or need in this script. Okay, so the first thing we need is the environmental variables we just created. Let me require that. Require .env. It is the config method that we need. Next, we're going to import cors. So let's do constant cors is equal to require cors. Then we import express will also require paginate. So const paginate is equal to require then let's import passport. So const passport is equal to require passport const connect from Mongoose. So we are going to use this to connect to our MongoDB. So we require it. Okay, so next we create our express app. Const app is equal to express and now we mount all our middleware. So app.use course app.use express.url encoded, and it accepts an object, and we're going to do extended. We'll set it as false, right? Okay, so now let's initialize passport. We can initialize it for now, but we are not going to use it. So I'll do app.use passport.initialize. Okay. Now let's add our pagination middleware. So app.use paginate.middleware. That's the name of the function that we need. So middleware, and we are going to pass in the default limit and then the max limit that will allow to fetch the number of objects, any number of objects from our database. So here we start using our environmental variables. Okay, so because we've defined the maximum limit and the limit in the env file, we can just use it here, and we use it like this by calling process.env and then dot limit. Okay, we defined it as limit with uppercase, and then we pass in the max limit. So process.env dot max limit. Okay. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is to actually run our application. So let's do that. What we are going to do is we will create a function that is going to bootstrap or start our application. We'll call it run app, and then it will be an async function and an async arrow function, right? So inside we'll try and we'll catch. So let me just type that out, try and catch. Let me just call it error like this. Okay, so in our try part, what we are going to do is connect to MongoDB and to run our application. So let me do that. So what I'll do here is to say await connect. That's the connect function we imported above. And then we'll use our environmental variable, so process.env.mongodb. That's the MongoDB URL that we have defined in our environmental variables. So I'll say mongo underscore db, and I'll open the function, right? Okay, so here Mongoose has been updated a lot lately, and there are a lot of functions that have been deprecated, right? And when you go ahead and just connect, you're going to have a lot of deprecation warnings. So in the documentation, there are some things we can do to reduce those deprecation warnings. So one is to say use find one and modify, and then we are going to set it as false. And then the next one is use unified topology. That's the one here, and then we will set it as true. Then we have use new URL parser here. We can also set it to true. And then there is a final one. Actually, I think there are more than that. So, but there is a use create index, and then we can set it to true. What this do is simply to suppress all those deprecation warnings we are going to continue to receive, right? So by passing in these arguments and calling the connect, we should connect at this point, right? Okay, so if we are able to connect successfully, we want to log that. So let me say console.log, and let me say successfully connected to database. And let me just copy this MongoDB URL so that we're going to log it, right? So I'll say and paste it here. And so if we connect successfully, it's going to print out this message, right? So if that's successful, the next thing we need to do is to start our Express app. So let me go ahead and say app.listen. These are just standard commands with Express. So, and I'll say process.env. We've already created the port that we want to use. So I'll just copy this and paste it here and say process.env.port. That's the port I want to start our application on, right? And that port is 500 that we defined. And this is the standard way to connect to Express. And in this arrow function, we're going to also console log. That is, if we get to this point, it means that the connection was successful, right? Okay, so I'm going to console log server started successfully on port, and then I'm going to copy out the port that we have started the server on, and I'll say I'll log out the port, right? So if all of this happen, we are good. Thus, we are able to connect to the database and we are able to start our Express app. But if something happens, so there's an error, we want to log that error so that we'll know how to debug our application, right? So I'll say console.log and I'll just log the entire error. Okay, so that's that basically, and we are done. But what we need to remember is this is just a function and this is not going to run, right? So whereas everything is going to run top to bottom, but this function is not going to run because we are not calling it. So let's call that function here. Let me just copy the name of the function and I'll paste it here and call it like this. So at this point, what's going to happen is this function is going to run. Okay. Another little thing we can do is to copy this calling of the function and to paste it inside the error handler. So what that does is if there's any error and then this catch runs, right, it is going to try again to run the application. So it's kind of like the function recursively calling itself, right? Okay, so we can do this, and let me save this file. And at this point, we can try out our application. So let me go to terminal and let me click new terminal, and then I will do yarn start, right? That's our startup script that we created in the package.json. So let me try to run this and let me see what's going to happen. Okay, so our application has successfully started, and this is all we need to do to connect to our MongoDB using Mongoose, and then to start our Express application, right? Okay, so with this out of the way, I'm going to Control C, that is to stop the application from running, and then we'll go on to continue developing the other features of this application. All right, so I say yes, and then our application has stopped. Okay, so what we can do at this point is to create our application structure. So let's just do that. Okay, I'm going to use the make directory command to create the folders that we're going to need. So let me create controllers. We're going to need controllers. Let me make directory email templates. We're going to need them for our HTML templates for the emails, and then we'll make directory mailers. That's the functions that are going to actually send out the mails, and then we'll make directory middleware. We're going to need some middleware that will create ourselves. Okay, so we'll make directory models. That's where we're going to create our Mongoose models. We'll make directory public. The public folder, we're going to save our images, right? So uploaded images. Then we make directory routes, where we are going to create our connect routes, and finally we make directory validations, so where we are going to have our validations, our model validations, right? Okay, so I create it here, and as you can see, all of our folders have been created here. I think the next logical thing we can do is to create our models, right? So our Mongoose models. Let me do that also from the terminal. So let me clear the screen. So CLS in Windows, and I'm going to change directory into the model. So I will say cd models, and then you can see now I'm inside of the models folder, right? Okay, so let me create all the model files that we're going to need. Okay, so the first model we are going to need is the user model. So let me touch user.js, and okay, so I have it there. Then I'm going to need categories for stories. So I touch category.js, and I'm going to need a story model. So touch story.js. So story here can be, you can name it a blog post or whatever it is, but then it's basically the same thing, right? And I'm going to need comments for story. So I touch comment, mongoose.js, and then I'm going to need the video, right? Our YouTube video. So I touch video.js, and these are the models that we are going to need. So let's start creating these models. I'm going to CLS. Actually, I don't need this, so I can just close the terminal and close our index for an environmental file. I can even close this one too. And so let's start with the user model, right? Let's create that. Okay, so because we are going to use Mongoose to create our models, we need to import it. So const, and let me just, you can just import the specific functions within Mongoose that you need. So the functions we need are the schema function and the model, right? So we don't keep using mongoose.model or mongoose.schema. So I can just import that, and then we have require mongoose. Okay, yes, so with this I can start creating my model, my actual model. So const user schema is equal to new schema, and is actually a function, so, and it expects an object. Okay, so let me do that, and in our object we are going to create the actual fields that we need. So the first one we are going to need is name, and let's have it, the type is going to be string. So you define the type that will be stored there, and it's going to be string. Then we can define if it's required, right? So required is equal to true, and let's define the next field. Okay, the next will be email. We're going to need email, and we can just pretty much copy everything that we have here and just place it here because they are basically going to be the same. The next one, let's create an image for the user. So let's just call it image, and it's going to be the same. So let's just have it string. It's going to be the name or the URL of the image. So it's a string and it's required. The next one will be, let's define the role. So we want to have users with different roles, and we can paste in the same thing because it's string, and we're going to have the default value is going to be the role that is called user. So just every other user that registers on the site is going to have this default role. And then let's restrict what we can have here, what we can possibly have. So the roles, now we can use an enumeration, so an enum of user and admin. So for this application we'll just create two roles, but you can add as many roles as you want. In fact, you can even make it the whole of this, instead of being a string, you can make it an enumeration, and then one user can have multiple roles. But for this we just need one role per user, so we'll make it like this. Now if we have a default role, then we don't need this required, because anyhow, however it is, a user that is coming here must have a role. So if it's not defined, it will be user. So we don't need that required, right? The next will be password. We are not actually going to store passwords. We're just going to store the password hash, and it's the same thing here, right? It's just string, and the required is true. It's going to be the password hash. The next thing we need. Okay, so the next thing we need is the verification code. For the verification code, we are going to just store it as plain text, and we don't have to worry about it. It's nothing really secret. We just want the user to verify, and normally it's going to be a string that you can use to construct a URL, right? So the user clicks it if he's using web. But because we are going to be developing a mobile app, I don't think we can just use that, to click from a mobile app, say you want to verify. Instead of that, what we are going to have is maybe 6 numbers. So let's just do verification code, and then let's have it as a number. Type is equal to number, so it's going to just store integers, right? Okay, so next we're going to need to know if the email is verified. So let's do is email verified. So when a user clicks on, when a user passes back this verification code, we can use it to verify the email. So let's do that, and type will be a boolean. That's why we are calling it is email. So type is boolean, and the default is false. So when a user first registers, of course, email verified is false, right? So the last one we are going to need here is the password reset code. But even though this is code, this is integers, but it's a series of, it's just numbers, but we don't want to store it so that whoever hacks into a system cannot see it and change another person's password. Instead, even though we are generating numbers, we're going to hash them, right, and store the hash. So let's say type is string. Okay, so I think with this we are done. The only thing we can do here now is to add timestamps. So when you add timestamps, it's going to have created at and updated at, right? So it's going to keep track of when the object was created and then the last update date, right? So that's done to us by Mongoose. So let's just add that, and then we can do timestamp is true. Okay, so that's about all. That's what this function expects. And then we have our user model. So let's look through again our schema. Okay, so now that I think we have the correct thing, let's export it so that we can use it in other places. So module.export, is equal to model, and let's call it user, and is the user schema, right? Okay, so we have this is user schema. Okay, so the next one we can create is a category, and to do that, instead of typing it, let me just copy the user model and just paste it here, and let's rename some things. So I'll call this category, and I will export this and call this category, right? And so in the categories, the only thing we need actually is just the title of the category. So I'm going to have title string true, string yes, required true. Now I'm going to add uniqueness, so I don't want two categories to be exactly the same. So I don't want to say comedy, for instance, or politics or whatever. So a category must be unique, right? Okay, so I'll add unique true, and okay, so that's that for category. With that, I can delete the rest of these things. We don't need them, these fields. I'm going to add one field here. I want to know who created this category, right? So I can do created by and have it. The type is going to be a special type, right? It's going to be a schema ID. So I'm going to do schema.types dot object ID, right? So what it means here is that we are referencing another schema, and we need to define which schema is that we are referencing. And so I say ref, and it is referencing the user schema. Okay, I need to fix this keyboard. I'm referencing the user schema, and basically that's that. I think we have the category schema and we are exporting it. Next, let's do the story schema, right? I can copy the category schema and just paste it instead of typing everything from the ground. So I have here story, and I'm exporting story. That's the story schema. Okay, so let's add the other things we're going to need. The title of your story must not be unique. So every story must belong to a category, right? So I can copy this and paste it here and call this category schema object type, and it is referencing category. So it will reference category. The next one is the title, and I'm going to have, let me copy this and duplicate it a couple of times, and then we'll just change whatever we need, right? Okay, so the title, I am going to need the image, so kind of like the cover image for that story, image URL. For links, right? So generally when you are working from the back end, you use IDs to identify objects. But when you're going to use it from a browser for search engines, using an ID doesn't make a sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to generate slugs similar to what WordPress does, right? So that our URLs would make some sense, have some meaning other than just a number or a random string like what you have in the object IDs of Mongoose of MongoDB. Okay, so let's create a slug. However, if we're going to use a slug to identify a story, we have to make it unique. Okay, so unique is equal to true. We're going to make sure that the slug is unique in our database. Okay, the next thing we need is the body of the story. We're going to have created by, which is fine. One thing we can do is to add a views count, so that way we can know which stories are hot. That's like our top stories, the one that people visit a lot. So the type will be a number, so that each time it is visited we can auto increment that, right? And we don't need required, but we do need a default value for it. So when a new story is created, the default should be 0. So we have this. The final thing we need to do here is so to reference our comments from the stories. So I'm going to copy this created by, and I'll just change it to comments, and it's going to be of schema type object ID, and it is going to reference comment. Okay, but a story can have more than one comment, so we need to keep it as an array, right? This is what I need. Let me select this and make it an array of comments. Okay, so that's that. Okay, next let's create our comment. I'm going to copy everything in the story, and I'm just going to go to the comment and I'll paste it and rename stuff. And so this is going to be comment schema. Let me copy that, go to the bottom so that I don't forget this, and I have comment and then comment schema, right? Okay, so next let's look at what we will need in the comment. We're going to need, we don't need category, we don't need title, we don't need images in the comments. We don't need a slug. Okay, we need a comment body, that's text. We don't need the views count, we don't need the comments. We definitely want to know who created the comment, and we need to reference. Okay, so we need to reference the story from here so that we can create a link. And so here we just say story. There will be one story object in a comment per comment, right? So we say story timestamps true. I think we have everything we need in the comment. Now let's do the final one, that's the video. So I'm going to paste this here and video, copy, the schema name, replace it here so that I don't forget, and then rename this video. Okay, so the video is a little bit interesting because the videos we want to show here are from YouTube. So what we need is the video ID. Every YouTube video is identified by a unique IDs, right? So we need the video ID for that. We are going to need title. So the title of the video. We are going to need created by, and okay, let's add views count, which we have here, and so that way we'll determine which videos are hot, right? Which videos a lot of users like. So we have views count, and that's about that. Okay, so if you remember, we have some unique fields and we installed unique validator, Mongoose unique validator. So those fields we need to wire up. Mongoose unique validator is a middleware actually. So what we need in categories, we have a unique field here, title. We want to make sure that no field, the title field, no two categories are the same, right? So let's import unique validator and then enforce that unique validator, and then we say require Mongoose unique validator. Okay, so next we need to mount it so that it will run before an object is saved. So let's go to before the export, and then we would attach it to the category schema, and we say category schema.plugin. Okay, so sorry, I've been saying is a middleware. Is actually, yes, is a middleware, but the correct name is a plugin, and when you are using it in this area, right, in this sense. So we have this plugin, and then that's all we need to do. So anytime before this category is created, this before any category object is inserted, this plugin is going to run, and then it will ensure that the title is unique. We can actually build this one by ourselves. It's not that complicated, right? But then let's just use this package. And the other place we have a uniqueness is in the, of course, we have uniqueness in the user, but we're going to deal with it differently, right? But in the story, we have a uniqueness, and that is the slug. Because we are going to use the slug to identify the story, we don't want them to be the same. So let's do the same thing for here. I'll just copy the import statement and have it here, and then I'm going to attach the plugin, and so here I'll just attach it to the story schema. All right, so that's about that. I am sure we are done with our models, and so now we can go on to the next thing. Okay, so while checking out our models, I see that we have a problem here, right? We have an error. So the type here should not be an object ID, but rather it should be a string, and required should be true. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it here. And that's all we need to do to fix our video schema. right? Okay, so let me save that and let me exit it. Okay, so the next thing we need to do at this point is to create our controllers. And our controllers are functions that are going to be interacting with our model. So it makes logical sense to build it next. So let's do that. Controllers here is empty. Let's use the terminal to create all the files that we are going to need in the controllers, right? Okay, so let me adjust this a little to get more space, and let's create our controllers. So the first controller we are going to need touch, and we are going to need the authentication controller, right? So all the functions that are going to create a user and register a user and also log in a user, right? So let's do that. I'll just use the hyphen to say controller.js and touch. Oops, I think I'm doing it wrong. Okay, so I'm creating it outside of the controllers and I created it here. I can just delete it. Let me just delete it and let me cd into controllers. So cd controllers folder, and then I can just do up and my up key, and then I have that. So you can see that it has been created in the controllers folder, right? Okay, so next let me create the other controllers I'm going to need. I'm going to need an admin controller, so I want to be able to see the registered users. So I'll say touch admin dash controller .js and touch. I'm going to have categories that categories controllers. So like I said, controllers are functions that interact with our database, perform all the actions that we need, right? So we are not going to do that within routes. We're going to do it here in the controllers touch, and I can have after categories I need stories controller, then I need comments, then we're going to need video. Okay, let's add another controller for profiles, so users can view their profiles and update them. So let's call it profile controller. And yeah, that's all the controller files we need, and with this we can close our terminal. And let's open our authentication controller because that's the logical place to start. Register a user and log the user in. Okay, so in our authentication controller we need to import all the packages that we are going to need, right? So let's import bcrypt. That's the one. I keep spelling it wrong, right? That's the one we are going to need for our to hash passwords, and then I'm going to require bcrypt.js, bcrypt, okay, and the next one we'll need is we're going to use the JSON Web Token package to create JSON Web Tokens, right? So those are the tokens that will pass back to any client. Okay, so it's JSON Web Token. Okay, next let's import the user model that we'll use to interact with the database. So require, and it is 2 dots to take us up one level, and is inside the models folder and is the user file. Okay, so first let's create our register function. So const register. So when a user is registering, this is the function that is going to perform that. And what we are going to do is all of our functions are going to be asynchronous, right? So we'll all define them as async, and then we will pass in data from our route, and we'll pass in the role of the user we want to register, and then we'll pass in the response object, because from here we want the application to respond directly to the client that called it, right? So all of our functions, we are going to put them in try catch blocks. We're going to handle errors. So catch and error. Okay, we're going to do something with this. We're going to return a status message if we have an error with the error. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to check if that email, if the email that is trying to register is available to us. And to do that, let's create a function that we can reuse. So we can just call that function to check if an email is already taken or if it's available, right? So let's create it. So const, let's call it validate email. I know this name of this function is not the best, but let's manage that. Okay, so it's an async function and is going to accept as a parameter the email we are trying to register, right? And what we're going to do here is we'll find a user from the database using that email. So let user is equal to await, and we'll call our database, right? The user object will find one where the email is equal to the email that was passed, right? And the function takes an object, the find one function takes an object, and we can do email is equal to email. But since the both of the fields we are dealing with are the same, we can just use email, and then it will pass as the same. So it will check the email, it will find using the email field, and we are awaiting that. After we have that, then we're going to check if the user object is there. That is, if it exists, then we'll return true. We'll return true that the user or the email is taken, else we'll return false. So there is no user, this email is available, and can be registered, so we return false. Okay, so all right, that's that. Now in this try block, what we can do is to call this function and to check if the email we are trying to register is available. Okay, so let's do that. Let's say constant user taken or email taken, it will be the same, is equal to await, and then we call validate email, and we pass in the data that was passed the email. So data dot email, and then we await it, right? So now we can test to see if it exists. Let me close this so that we can have more space. Okay, so if user taken, that's if it's true, meaning the email has already been registered, we're going to just return a response to the client. So let's say return, and then let's use the correct response code, so you can read more about response codes. So we just say the status 400, and then we send back a JSON object. So JSON, and in the object we'll have email. So this is this practice is to enable us, when you have a form and a form field and you want to show an error beneath it, right? So you specify the field from the response you are sending, and that way it's easier to consume it in the application you are using it, right? Okay, so we'll say email is already taken. Email is already taken, and we'll pass more data. So we'll pass a message, right? So that's the kind of message you probably show at the top of a form, right? When a user is not paying attention, but is looking at the top of the form, you want him to see that there was an error. So we'll pass registration failure, and then we can display that at the top of our form. Okay, so the next thing we'll pass is a Boolean variable, and we'll just send success is equal to false, so we can evaluate our response. So if success is false, for instance, we can show an alert, right? Now we terminate our function. However, if the user is not taken, we need to create the user. So let's do that. First, let's hash the password that was sent. We don't want to save the password that was sent. We'll just save the hash of that password, and we can use it each time to compare the hash against the password, and if it matches, then we know that the password is correct, right? So what we are going to do here is to use bcrypt, and then we can await that function is an async function, and bcrypt.hash, and it expects the string to be hashed. So we'll pass in the data of password. That's the data that was passed to us here, and we need to specify the salt, right? Okay, so I'm going to define a salt of 16, and I think that's safe enough. but you can define you can provide a higher number, right? A higher integer, and your password, I mean the hash will be more secure, but I think this is generally safe. Okay, so I've hashed the password. The next thing I need to do is to actually create the user. So I say const new user is equal to new, and then the schema. So new user is a function that expects an object. And what we can do here is to destructure the data that was passed to us. So we don't need to like define each field individually. So we can just destructure this data, and the password, however, will change it. We'll replace it with the hash password that we've created, and then we will pass in the role that was sent when the user is trying to register, right? So the user here. Now, if a role is not provided, the role that we called user in the when we're defining our schema as this user is going to be used automatically, right? So here, but if we are creating an administrator, we'll pass in the role. So we'll do the role here, and this is it. Okay, so one thing we don't have here is the verification code. That's the code that will enable the user to verify their email. So what we need to do is to create a verification, I mean the code. And it's just a set of random numbers, right? But I think what we need to do is let's use a package that can help us to do that. So I'm going to go to my terminal, and I'm going to install a package that is specific for that, that will give us a more reliable random number. So I'm going to yarn add. The name of the package is crypto, and okay, so this is going to add. Let's go back and continue. Okay, it has finished adding, and let's go back and continue our code. So what we need to do somewhere around here, let's create a random integer that the user is going to use to verify their email. So we are doing this because we are going to be having a mobile application. So instead of using a link, we are going to use code, and then the user can enter code similar to what you do with WhatsApp, right? Okay, so let's create the code. Constant code is equal to, first let's import crypto. So we do const crypto is equal to require. That's the module we just installed, and that'll be crypto. So after this, we can now come here and say code is equal to crypto dot random int. So you can see all the method. You can create a random byte, you can create all of these things, but this is the one we want to use, right? Random int, and we want the number to be 6 characters, that's 6 integers, right? Okay, so the way we can get a number of 6 digits or 6 integers is to enter the start number between which so between this number 100,000 and 1 million, we are asking crypto to generate a random number, right? Okay, this is 1 million, right? Okay, so it will stop at 999,999. Okay, so that's that. So we have it here, and inside of here now, inside of where we are creating our new user, we can say verification code, verification code. I can just copy the correct thing here so that I don't make a mistake. Verification code is equal to code, right? Okay, so I have it. Now that I have this, what I need to do is to save it. So I say await new user dot save. We are calling Mongoose save. Okay, so if this succeeds, we need to return a message. So response dot status of 201 with an object, JSON object, and we define in the object, we say message account successfully created. We can pass a message like that. So this message, we can display it in an alert or somewhere at the top of the form, right? So we say created, and because we are always passing a boolean of success or lack of it, we can say success is equal to true, and that will be it. Okay, so that's about everything for the registration. But if in case something happens and there's an error, right, let's return that to the user. And in this instance, what we can do is to return a status of 500, right? Server error, because we don't know whatever actually happened. We were not able to catch it. So JSON object, and then in it, we can return the message as the error.message. So all errors will have a message. So say error.message, and then success will have it as false. All right, so I think this is about everything we need to be able to register a user, and we'll try it out at the right time. But for now, let's go ahead and create our login function, right? So let's do const login is equal to, and it's going to be an async function, and we'll receive the data from the route and then the response object so that we can respond, and we would create the actual function. So let's destructure this object to obtain the email and the password that will pass. So from the body, we can say email, password, and then equal to data. So we are just destructuring the data and obtaining those two values. And then we can do constant user is equal to await user.find one, find one, and we are going to use the email as the argument. So we can just pass in the email like this. So the email we are passing in will be compared against the email in the database. And then if the user is not found, so if not user, let's respond to that. Okay, so we will do response dot status of 404 not found, and then with a JSON object of with the following fields: message. We'll just give a generic failure message, right? So that we don't reveal too much about what's happening in the login. Okay, so we'll say failed login attempt, and then okay, here we can just pass in, we can reveal a little by saying email, and then we say incorrect email, and of course success is false. So that's that. Otherwise, if the user is found, the next thing we need to do is to check. So we say let is match. Let's just create this boolean variable and say let is match is equal to, then we will await bcrypt to compare hash that we stored earlier, right? So bcrypt.compare, and then we'll pass in the password that user entered, and then the user.password from the user object, right? So the user.password. If it matches, so if it's match, that's if its match is true, that's the shorthand for it. So if its match is true, what we are going to do is to create a user token and to pass it back. That's the job token that we need, JSON web token. So let's create that. Let token is equal to, and then we'll have our JSON web token package to sign it, right? So anyone can decode a token and a JSON web token and be able to modify it and sign it back and send it back to us. However, if anybody tampers with it, so for instance, the role is user, and then the person tampers with it and changes the role to admin, because we are signing it, if it comes back, we'll know that someone has tampered with it, and then we'll invalidate it. We won't use it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's sign it and pass in user_ID. That will be the user ID from our database. So for the object, and this is how MongoDB stores an ID _ID. So the role, it will be the user.role. The email, we want to just pass this back to the in the JSON web token, right? So we can use something like this in our UI. So we say user.email, and then the name is user.name, and that's everything we need in the token, in the JSON web token. So now next we need to provide the secret key to sign this object. So we do process, remember our environmental variables dot env dot, we created a jwt secret, so jwt underscore secret, that's the secret string that we have there. And we can additionally specify the expiration time, right? So let's add expires in, and you can pass in seconds, hours, days. Let's pass in days. So expires in 7 days. We're going to have our JSON web token to expire in 7 days. And in our case, we want to also pass the user profile back to the client. So for instance, in our mobile application, we are going to use that to show the name of the user and other stuff, right? So let's do that. This will just be plain text, and then we'll say result. Now let's define a profile, right? So we're going to call it profile is equal to, and then is an object. We pass in the email, is going to be plain text. So don't send what you don't want, hackers to get. So I can just send in the email, the role. I'm going to pass in the role, user dot role, and the name. I'm going to pass it also user dot name. So all we can do here is to combine the token and the profile and send it back in our response. But let's just create the response here. So result is equal to is an object, and then we can say the user and we pass in the profile. The token will be the token that we have signed above, and then we can optionally pass in expires in. That is just going to be the readable expires in. We can just pass in a value that corresponds to 7 days, and with that we can respond to the user now, right, to the requester. So we say return response dot status of 200, that's success, and with the JSON object, and inside will just be structure our result. We will say message. We are always passing message back, right? And we can say login success. We'll probably just display this in an alert or in a dialog, and then success is equal to true. Okay, so else That's the login has not been successful. Let's copy this and let's just paste it here and modify it. So here we are returning the response of success, but here what we need to return is a 403. So we are returning 403, and the message is going to be failed login attempt. And the success will be false, and we can pass additional information, right? So for instance, email, that's the field, so that we can display something beneath the email field, and we'll say incorrect password. Okay, something we can do is to place everything inside a try catch block, so for unforeseen errors, right? So we say try, and then we have a catch error, and we're going to handle the error message here, right? So let's copy everything we have here and place it inside the try block. And so next, inside the catch block, what we will do is to say, let's just copy this again and reuse there. So I'll just paste this here, and we'll return a status of 500, right? Meaning it's a server error, and we will say the message will be the error dot message, and success will be false, so we don't need to return any field here with a specific message. So that will be that, right? Okay, so we have this our login function, and this looks good. Okay, so the next controller function we'll develop is the one for validation of email, right? So to verify an email. So what I'm going to do is, so that I won't keep doing this, let me just copy this and I'll paste it here, and I'll say try catch error, and let me close this function, and I'm going to copy the catch message and I'll paste it inside of this catch block, so all the messages are going to be the same. And then what I can do is to duplicate this function and to rename them into all the other functions that we need. So we're going to just come back and fill them up. I've duplicated it 3 times. So the first one is going to be verify. The second one should be forgot password. So let's do that. So let's call it forgot password. So if a user forgets their password and wants to retrieve it, that will be this. The next one should be reset password. So after we send a user who has forgotten their password a code for them to use to reset the password, then they are going to call this function, right, to do the actual password resetting. So we call it reset password. The final one should be the change password. So for a user who is logged in and wants to change their password, So let me call it change password, and let me save the file. And so let's go back and start with the verify email, right? Okay, so in the verify email, you remember that when a user is signed up, we send them a code. So we are going to accept that code here. We are assuming here that they are going to send the code through this function. And so we'll accept the code from the data. And what we will do is to say const user is equal to await user define one, and we are going to use the verification code to find the user. So we would say verification code is equal to the code that was sent, so it will match this. And okay, so next what we will do is to check if the user is found or not. So we say if not, let's start with a user not found. So if no user, meaning the user has not been found, we are going to return a message. Let me just copy this message and let me paste it here, and let's modify it. So we'll return, in that case, we'll return a 404 that the user has not been found, and our message is going to be invalid valid code, and success is going to be false, right? Else, if the user is verified, so you remember we have a field is email verified, so if the user has already verified their email, I can always look at the user here and check, and that is the one here. I can copy it and come back here so that I don't misspell anything. So if user is verified, we are going to return a message that the user is already verified. So let me copy this here and let me just reuse it here. Okay, so I will say email already verified. All right, so that should be that. Now, if however the user is found and the email is not verified, so if we reach this point in the code, what we are going to do is to await user.update. We will update the user, and all we will do is to set the verified. So is email verified? We will set it as true. So that way we are updating that field and we are verifying the email. Okay, so after we do this, we are going to return a message again to the user. So let me just copy this and reuse here, and we are going to return a 201 successfully updated, and we will say email, let's just modify this, email verification success. Yes, and this will be true. All right, so I think this is all we need to verify an email. Let me just do some of these things here. Okay, so let's move on now to the forget password and let's code it out. Okay, so in the forget password, what we will expect is that when a user forgets their password, they are going to send us their email, right? So that we'll use that email to send them a new code with which they can use to change their password. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I just copied that from the method up. I'm going to accept the email here, and I will say the email. So I'll use the email to find the user, and if not user, which is basically the same as this. I'm going to send back the same message. So let me just copy this and let me come here and paste it. So if not user, I'm going to send back invalid email, right? So if we've not found the user using the email that was sent, we're going to send back an invalid email. If, however, the user is found, so if we get to this point, what we are going to do is to generate a code. That's a password reset code. So I'll say const code is equal to, and we'll use our crypto, right? So let me move back to our login, our register method, and let me copy this code, and we'll use something exactly the same. So here I will say constant code. Let me just replace everything here. So constant code is equal to, and we want to generate a random integer, right, of 6 characters. That's between 100,000 and 1 million. That will give us like 6 integers, right? But here, unlike the code that we sent users to verify their emails, we don't want someone to get into, we don't want someone who has access to our database to be able to use the code, that's the password reset code, to change another person's password, right? So what we are going to do here is to hash the code and then to save the hash, right? So when the user returns that code to us, we're going to compare it with the hash that we have, something the same as how we deal with passwords. Okay, so let's do that. So we would say const password reset code. That's this password reset code here. I can just use the same variable here. So I'll just call it password reset code is equal to await, and I will have bcrypt to hash it. So bcrypt dot hash, and we'll pass in the code that we generated here. So code to string, and we'll pass in the code we generated above. So we need to call the toString method because it is integers and it will not accept that, right? So we say toString, and then the salt is going to be 16, right? Just like we did in our password. Now, after we do that, we are going to update the user. So I will say await user.update, so that will save the hash, and I will say password reset code, that's in the MongoDB, and I'm going to pass in the password reset code that I've defined here. Okay, so I'm going to save that, right? Okay, so at this point I can return a response. Let me copy another response and use it here, and in the response I would say, okay, so we're going to be sending this code to the user using email, even though now we have not implemented the emails. But what I'm going to do is, let me use the correct message here. So I'll say verification code sent to your email. So this is the message we'll probably return to a user using his mobile app to try to reset their password or using our website. Okay, so and the success is going to be true. Okay, so this is about all for the forgot password. The next one is the reset password, so where the user is going to return the code that we sent to them here in the forget password, and then when they return that code, we are going to actually allow them to reset their password. Okay, so now in this method we are going to be expecting, so let me say let and we will want the user to send us their email, so that's how we'll know who is sending it, right? Their code. We cannot accept just the code and try to find the user with it, because we are not saving plain text code, right? We are hashing it, so we need the email and then the code, and then we are going to expect the new password. That's the password they want to change to, and we'll expect all of that, so we'll receive it from the data argument that we have here. All right, so now what we're going to do next is to find the user by their email. So let me just copy this. Let me copy the entirety of this and then paste it here, because it's going to be very identical, right? So we are going to find the user by the email, and if the user is not found, we're going to return invalid email, right? If, however, the user is found, what we're going to do is to say let is match. Now we're going to match to try to see if it matches. That's if the code they sent us matches the hash that we have in our database. So I will say is match is equal to await bcrypt dot compare, and we are going to pass in the code. What we want to compare is the code that the user has sent back to us. We need to call the toString method so that we'll stringify it, and then the user dot reset password code, right? So that's the reset password code there. Okay, so we'll compare the code that the user is sending back to us and the reset password code, which is the hash that we have saved in our database. All right, now, so if this matches, so if is match, that's if its match is true, what we are going to do is to now update the password. Okay, so we'll say const hash password is equal to, and then we will await bcrypt and hash it, and we'll pass in the new password and a salt of 16. Okay, so after we do that, here is a typo. So after we do that, the next thing we are going to do is to actually update the user. So we will await user.update, and we'll set the password, the user's new password, as the hashed password. Okay, so another thing we need to do is to remove the password reset code, right? So we just clean it out and then we make it empty. So we will say password reset code, that's it here. We'll set it as empty string. Okay, and this needs to be in an object, so we'll just set it as an empty string, and that's all. So if that's successful, we would now return. So let me copy this message again and reuse. If that's successful, we will return a message of 201. That's modified, right? And you will say your password has been successfully reset. Okay, so, and the success is going to be true. Yes, so that's that. Okay, so next what we need to do is if the code and the password does not match, we need to return a message, right? So let's do it here and say else, and let's copy a message. I can just copy this one and have it here and say invalid code, and the success is going to be false, right? And if there's an error, this is going to pass. All right, I think this is all we need for the password reset. I'm going to save this and move on to the change password. Okay, so for the change password, this is someone who is currently logged in, right? Trying to change their password. So what we're going to expect, we're not going to trust the person anyway. So we are still going to ask whoever it is to send their current password and the new password they want to reset. So we will accept the old password and then the new password. Okay, and it will be from the data, right? Data, so to structure it like that. Here we don't need any email or anything to find the user with because the user is currently logged in. So what we will do is constant user is equal to await, and then we will find user. So user will find by ID, because if a user is logged in, we always have their ID in our request object, right? So we would say the request dot user dot underscore ID. That's so in the user object that will be part of the request object, we're going to use their ID and to find the user with it. Okay, so here also we need to compare the old password with the new password. So what we are going to do is match, and we will say let is match is equal to, and then we will compare using bcrypt. So it will be bcrypt.compare, and we'll compare their old password with the existing password from in the database, right? Okay, so user.password, that's the password hash we have in the database. Okay, so if it's match, that's the old password and the password supply match, what we're going to do is to actually save the user and update the password. But before we do that, we're going to hash the new password they are sending. So let's say hashed password is equal to, and we will await bcrypt again to hash the password for us. So we are not storing plain text passwords, right? So bcrypt dot hash, and we'll pass in the new password and a salt of 16, right? Okay, so after we hash the password, we're going to actually update the user. So we will say await user.update, and what we need to change here is just the password, right? So we will say password, and then we will pass it the hash password, right? Okay, something like this. And so if this is successful, let's copy a message here and just use there. So if that succeeds, we would send back this message. Okay, so if however the old password does not match the user's current password, what we are going to do is let's just copy this and we will just paste it there. So we would say if it doesn't match, we will return your old password is incorrect. So we will say your old password is incorrect and success will be false, right? Okay, so this looks like that's everything we are going to need for this authentication controller. So I'm going to save it. Now the next thing we need to do is to export all of these functions that we developed here. Okay, so let me come here and let me say module.exports, and we will have all the functions that we define above exported. So we have login, we have register, we have verify, we have forgot password, we have reset password, and then we have change password. So these are the functions we need to export, right? These are the functions we need to use elsewhere, that's in our routes. Okay, so I'm going to save this and we'll move on to the next controller. At this point, we need to continue with our other controllers, right? But let me just tell you that most of the other controllers are going to be replicas of each other. So don't get tired. What we are going to do is create one and then we can copy and reuse them in other controllers, right? Let's create our categories controller. We have an empty controller here. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is to require the category. That's our category schema. So category is equal to require, and we would import our schema. So from models and the category. Okay, another thing we need to do here is to start using our pagination. So we have that pagination middleware. So let's start using it here so that we can apply paging to our categories. I doubt we are going to need that in categories, but let's just do it so that we can reuse it across comments, stories, videos, and the rest, and users, right? So let's import that constant paginate is equal to, and we will require our pagination middleware. So that's express-paginate, express.paginate. Okay, so now we need to define our actual functions that will perform the database actions. So let's start by creating the function that will add a new category. So let's call it add one or add new, whatever, but add one works fine, and it's going to be an async function, and it will accept the request object and the response object. Okay, so here we will not process the data, we'll just pass in the entire request. We could have done the same in the old controller, but we just wanted a final control, right? Okay, let's create our try catch blocks, and so that we can copy and reuse this without filling it in first. So catch error, and as typical of all our other errors, if we catch an error, we're going to return this error message. So I'm going to place it here. I'm just going to copy the entirety of this function and duplicate it for all the other functions that we're going to need. So let me do like 5, and then we'll see how many we need. Okay, so first we are going to add 1. Let's say we are going to remove 1, that's the delete. Let's say we are going to update 1, that's the put. Update 1, that's the put, and we are going to get all, but they are going to be paginated, and we are going to get 1. Okay, so I think these are the only functions we're going to need. So let me delete this last one, and here all we are going to be doing is just database operations, right? Okay, so let's start by adding 1. We can say const new record. Let's use a generic name like that, so that when we copy it to other places, we don't have to change this. So let's just say new record is equal to new category, and we will just pass in the request. So we'll destructure the request body. Okay, that's the request dot body. The only thing we need to add here is the post. Okay, so in the categories, in the category schema, we have created by, and so let's add it here. Let me save this. Then here, created by is going to be the currently logged in user, right? So we can always obtain that. Passport is going to make sure we have this. We are going to develop that shortly, and then it's going to be request.user and then underscore ID. Okay, so that's that. We will now await new record dot save, and we will return a response. So return response.status, that's if it succeeds, of 201 with a JSON object of message item successfully saved. So we'll use generic statements here. So item successfully created, and success will be true. Success will be true. Yes, and that's all. So this is all we need to create a new record, right? So let's do for delete method. So remove one, we will just say constant deleted, because when you delete in Mongoose, you receive back the object that you've deleted, right? So we'll just do await category dot, we'll use find by ID and delete, and the ID will be passed via request parameters. So we will do request dot params dot ID. If for some reason it is not deleted, maybe because it's not found, then we will do if not deleted. So we have not received back deleted, the deleted item. Then we can send a response of, let me just copy this response and paste it here, and we will send a 404, so not found, and we will say the message will be item not found, and the success will be false, right? Otherwise, if it succeeds, we can send a return message of 204. That's the correct code for deleted, and we will say item successfully deleted, and the success is going to be true, right? To delete an item. So the next one we need is the update method. This is short too. So what we will do is we will await category, and we'll use find by ID and update this method, right? And the ID will be passed via the request parameter, and so it will be request.params, so via the route values, params.id, and we'll pass in the request.body. Okay, so if that succeeds, we will return a message of 201, and it will be item successfully updated, right? And the success will be true, and if anything happens, we'll return a 500. Okay, so the interesting one here is the get all, and let's do that. So what we're going to do here is we want to apply pagination, so the page number and the number of items to fetch. So what we're going to do is constant, and we'll create an array. One will hold the result, that's the items that we are going to fetch, and the other one is going to have the item count. So we're going to use that for pagination, right? So item count, and we are going to await our database operation. Because we have two results we want to get from the database, what we can use is a promise. So we do promise and then all. So we'll await all of these operations that we are about to define to execute, and then we'll receive them in the array that we created above, right? So promise.all, the first operation is to find category. So category of find, and we are not going to filter it by anything, so we'll find everything. The only thing we'll do here is, because we are receiving list, so we are going to do category.find, and we'll start applying pagination here. So find, and then we'll say sort. We'll sort it by last in, first out, right? So we can use created at, which is added to us by Mongoose automatically. So that's the date it was created. We will do -1. That's how you sort by descending order, or is it ascending? So, well, last in, first out, right? So this is going to be dot sort, because you are chaining all these methods, right? So this is supposed to be in an object, right? So it's supposed to be like this. Okay, so let's add limit, and we would limit it to the request dot query. So the query parameters dot limit. Now we're going to define the limit in the application or in the client that is calling it. However, if we don't specify it, the package, this package paginate, is going to apply the 10 that we have defined as the limit, right? That's the default limit. For the page number, that's the page to fetch, we're going to use skip, and then that will be from the request dot skip, and okay, so skip, and we can use this, we can use len. So what len does is, so instead of fetching hydrated Mongoose objects, what len does is it fetches objects that are not hydrated. So it just returns like JavaScript objects. So they are not fully Mongoose object with all the metadata that is supposed to be part of it. And it makes the queries run faster, right? So we can use len, because we don't really need the fully hydrated Mongoose objects. We just need just the data, and then we can exec it. So exec, oh, it's auto completed for me. So exec, and here we can now, I think I need to remove this up exactly. So we can now exec it. This is the first promise we need, right? So now we need to create our second promise for the item count. So what we do here is category dot count. we are going to count everything, right? So just everything. Okay, this is the first database operation as part of the promise that would become results, and this is the second operation that will be in the item count. So with this, we have our pagination. Something doesn't look right here. I think this shouldn't close here, or rather it should be here. Right. Okay, so that's the error. Yes. So find and then sort limit. So sort, we define the sort order limit, how many we want to fetch, skip, how many we want to jump over or skip, and len, we don't want the hydrated objects, we just want the JavaScript object. Then we execute it after we've defined, chained all of these functions. Then the second promise is this, and all of this will come and fill this out, right? So after we have the results, this result and item count from our promise, what we need is we can calculate the number of pages, so the total number of pages. So if you are doing infinite scroll, or maybe a pager on your UI, you can use it to create those pages, right? So what we can do here is to say constant page count is equal to, and then we can use the math class of JavaScript dot ceiling, and we will simply divide the item count by the limit, right? So that way we will know how many pages we have, right? Or how many pages are in this data. So request dot query dot limit. Okay, so now that we have this, we should respond. So we return response dot status of 201, and we add JSON object, and in that object we can do something like this and say the object type. So this is just like to guide us. So we will say the object type is a list. So whoever is consuming this will know that it is a list. Now, if you are doing pagination maybe in tables where you want to show load next, load back, and then you want to disable it if there are no more pages, right? You can use this something like this, and we say has more. So if has more is false, it means that you will deactivate the next button. Okay, so something like that. So has more, we say paginate dot has next pages, and we pass in the request and the page count. Next, we return the actual data. So data is equal to the results. Then we pass back the page count. We pass back the total item count, right? And we need to also define the current page so that the navigation, whatever navigation aid we are developing on the UI, would know at what page exactly we are now, right? So the current page is going to be the request.query.page. That's the page we just fetched. Then the pages, this is going to create a list of other pages that we have here. Paginate dot get array pages, and then we pass in the request, and also we pass in the limit. Let me just make it 3 here, and the page count, that we have. You can read the express paginate documentation. Personally, I've not been able to really understand how everything works, but somehow I just make it work, right? Okay, so and then we catch an error if there is, and then we return 500, right? Okay, so this is the most complicated one here, and the next one is to get one. Get one is pretty straightforward. So all we are doing is constant item is equal to, we await category dot find by id, and the id would be the request dot params dot, okay, let me do this, dot params dot id. Okay, and that's that. So if item, so there is an item, we return that item, we return response.status of 200 found, and the JSON object, that's the category that we just fetched, and then we pass it in like this. Okay, it's already an object. So if however there's no item, we execute this code. So we're going to, let me just copy this and paste it here, and we'll return 404 not found, and then we would have it as item not found, item not found. And then success is going to be false, right? Okay, so this is about everything we need for the categories controller. These are all the actions that are going to perform the database operations here. So the last thing we need to do is to export them, right? So let's do module.exports, and we're going to export add one, all the functions that we defined, remove one, update one, get all, get one, and okay, so these are the only ones. So add one, remove one, update one, get all, and get one. All right, so that's about that for the categories controller. So at this point, we're done creating our categories controller. And now what we can do is we can copy everything here. So Control A, Control C, and go to our stories controller and reuse most of these functions that we've already created. So I'll paste it here and let's scroll up. So the first thing we need to do is to change this to story. So story from models, and what we need to import is the story model. So here it is, and then we have it imported. Now the next thing is to change all of the references to the category to the story. So we can either do it manually or just come to edit and then replace, right? And then find all references to story on this file, and find references to category and replace it with story. So I'll type category, and then I have 6 references, so I'm going to replace all, and that's that. So we have this now as our stories controller. Okay, now there are some modifications we need to make on the stories controller. So for instance, all of these are correct. For instance, on the get all, when we are fetching all these stories, we need to also fetch the category where the story is in, right? So what we can do is to populate it like this. So populate, and what we are populating, because we already have reference to it, we are populating the category field, category, and we'll only fetch the title here. So we only want the title so that we can display it, on the UI. So in the stories, we want only this title. Okay, so get all is complete. I think this is good, and I can save it. Now on the get one, you might have noticed that we have a views count. So each time a user navigates to this get one, we want to increment that. So let's implement it here where we are fetching it. So instead of fetching it like this, I'm going to delete this, and then we'll check the code there. So I'll say let item is equal to await story dot, I'm going to use find by ID and update. Okay, so this is the one I'm going to use, the function I'm going to use, and I'll pass in the ID that is coming from the request parameters. So request dot params dot ID, and this is how we make this function. So because we are updating it, we need to do like this, and then we'll use the increment, right? So we just say increment inc, and we need to tell it the field that is going to be incremented, right? So because this is an integer, we can use the int. So I say views count, then we're going to increment it by 1. Okay, so now let's close this. So the same way we populated the list, we can also populate this. So let me use populate, and what I need to populate is the category, same thing, and I need category here, and I only need the title field. So title. Okay, so this is what we have. I can see that we have an error here. Let me look at it. Okay, so we shouldn't have closed this, right? It's the same It's the same query we are executing. Okay, so we have this, but when we are fetching a story to display on the UI, we need to also return the comments for it, right? Okay, so let's do this. If there is a story, let's fetch all the comments, right? So item dot comments, and then we fetch all the comments that have been made on this story. So comment dot find, and we say where the story that's the story ID is equal to item dot underscore ID, right? So this is that. We have this. Okay, but we don't have the comment here. We have not imported the comment here, right? So let's go to the top and then import it. So constant comment is equal to require from models and then comment, right? So we have this. We've modified the gate all, we've modified the gate one. Okay, so there are no more modifications we need to do, but if you remember, we have top stories, and then we want to use a proper URL to fetch a story, right, for search engine optimization. So for search engines, so let's add those methods. I can actually just copy get all, this get all method, and modify it a bit, and then we can have that same what we are looking for. So get all, and I can come here and paste it and change it to get top stories. Okay, so here I'm not going to need this skip because I won't be skipping anything. It will just be the top stories based on views, right? And so I need to change the created at. We were sorting it in a reverse order. So let me just, so last in first out. What I'm going to do here is to change it to views count, yes, like this. And I think everything here should work fine. And I think everything here should work fine. So the last thing we need to modify here is this count. We don't need the count. We are only fetching a number of stories, and we can actually set the limit here. So we don't want the user to specify. Let's say our top stories, we just need the top 3. So we can specify it here. And here we don't need this story.count. So we don't need it in a promise of, right? We are only going to execute one query. So let me just change this to let result, and then I will remove this promise.all, and I'll remove this to here, and I'll just have it as, yeah, let me see, let me delete this. And okay, so story.find, we are populating the category and the title, right? So sort is lean, and then we exit. Then we no longer need all this pagination, so I can just delete this, and I'll just return this. Let me also delete this. We don't need all of this. The page count, all of this stuff, we don't need it. So I'll just return the result. Okay, I think we are done with this. Now, the next one we need to do is to add the gate by slot, right? So for SEO, and with that is just the same as the gate one. So let me find the gate one. That's it here. I'm going to copy it, Control C, and duplicate it here. And okay, so gate one by slot. Everything else is going to be the same, but I'm no longer finding it by ID, so it will be by slot. And we'll implement it the same way. So this is all that we need to do in the stories controller, right? So let me save it. And so let me copy everything here. Looks like we can reuse almost everything in the video. So Control A, Control C, and let me come to the videos controller, and I'm going to paste everything here. Then we'll do the same, find and replace. Let me just select story and then replace. So I'll replace it with video. So I replace all the 12 occurrences, and here I'm importing video like this, and I don't need the comment because on the videos there are no comments. So the add one is good, the remove one is good, the update one is good, the get all, we don't have categories for videos, so I'm going to remove this. Everything else should be the same. Okay, so the gate one is the same. I need to remove this populate, and here we don't have comments, so I'll remove this. Add fetching of comments, and get top stories, I'm going to change it to get top videos, and I'll also remove the populate. And then here we don't have getting a video by slot, right? So I'm just going to delete that. So I just noticed that we've not exported some of the functions we added in the stories controller. So let's go back there and export them. So get top stories, we're going to export it and get story by slot. So let me add this here, and let me select this by slot and also add it here so that we can use it in our routes. Okay, the same thing for the video. We only have this that we have defined and not exported, so let me add it here, and that's that. So we are done with the videos controller. So the next controller we need to work on is the comments. So let's open up the comments. Okay, so the comment controller is smaller than the rest of the controllers we've developed. So let me just use the category, copy and paste. So I'll Control A, Control C, I'll come here, Control V, and let's remove the ones that we don't need. So we don't need to get a single comment. There's no point. A comment won't make sense on its own. We don't need to get all. This would also not make sense. So comments on their own don't make sense. We need to, okay, we're not going to have an update. Once you post a comment, you can either just delete it and recreate another one. So we have the add one and the remove, and let's change this to comment, and we are importing comment, and we don't need the pagination. So okay, so that's a good one. Let's come back to the category. Okay, we're doing pagination in the category, so but in the comment we don't need it. So let's change everything to comment, and then the delete, we change it to comment, and I think that's about all, right? So all these other exports, we don't need to export them because we don't even have them, right? Yeah, so I think this is good with the comment. Okay, so the next controller we're going to work on is the profile controller. So let me open the profile controller. Sorry, the profile controller here. So on the profile, we are going to update and get one, so a user can get their profile and they can also update it. So we can just copy any of these. Now, none of these will work. Let's go to the categories and let's just copy everything in the categories again to the profile. We don't need the pagination, and this is going to be user because the profile is the user model, right? So I'm going to have user here. Add one is what happens when you register, so we don't need it. Remove one, we're not going to implement closing a profile, but you can add that to your system if you need it. Update one, yes, we're going to need this, so I'll just replace this. Yeah, and get all, we are not going to need it, so let me delete that. Get one, we are going to need that, and so I add it here, and let me look through. This looks good, and so we can remove all the ones that the exports that we no longer have, right? So these are the ones we don't have, and I can save this. Okay, so I think this controller is good. The last controller we are going to work on is the admin controller, so let's just open it. So the admin controller is going to have only get one and get all paginated. So what I think is going to work is still the categories. So let's copy the categories, come to the admin, paste it here, and what we are going to be getting here is also the user. So let me change this to user. The methods here are only for users, right? So I have this, add one is for registration. I delete it, remove one, no. Update one, we're not going to allow administrators to update profiles. Get all, yeah, we're going to have this, right? So I'm just going to replace this with category, and then category dot count, I mean user dot count. Okay, so this looks good. Yes, everything here looks good, and get one is going to be the same, so I'll just replace this, and that's about all that we need. So let's delete out these exports that we no longer have, and let's look at this. So everything looks good here. So let's go over our controllers again to be sure we have finished everything. So admin controller looks good, authentication controller looks good, categories controller, we're done with that. Comments, profile, stories, and videos, right? So let me close everything. I think we are good with our controllers. So next we should probably start. So logically we should now go to our routes and define them. So let me just close all of them and we can go to our routes now. Now, before we move on to the routes, we need some middlewares, right, in the routes. So let's develop our middlewares. Okay, let me open the terminal and I will cd into middleware folder and let me create the files that we need in that middleware. So I will use the touch command and touch auth middleware.js and let me create the second one, touch passport-middleware. Okay, so now that I have them, I can close my terminal and go back here. Let's start with the passport middleware. I think that's the standard one. So this middleware is pretty standard, right? If you read the documentations on the passport website, you will see that if you're going to use JWT, that's JSON Web Tokens for your authentication, that's the local strategy. This is how you're going to code this middleware and then you can mount it. So let me just do that. Constant, we're going to require some things. So for instance, the user model, we will require that. So I will require and then the models / user. Okay. I'm also going to require some functions from the passport-jwt. So let me do that. Constant, and I can just import the functions I need. So I need the strategy where we can now define that we are using JWT strategy, right? And I need extract JWT. So when JSON Web Token is sent from a client, this is what we are going to use. So extract JWT and require from passport-jwt. Okay, this is it. Let me close this so that we'll have more space. Now, when you are defining your strategy to use with JWT in Passport, you need to define some options. Okay, so let's define them here. Constant options is equal to is an object, and then we say JWT from request. So with this, we are able to extract the JSON Web Token that was sent from the request. So from request, and we say extract JWT. We say from authorization header as bearer token. This is the one we need, the option we need. And then the secret key it is going to use to verify the token is, so let me say secret or key, and it is going to be the secret key we have defined in our environmental variable. So, and that is we defined it as short underscore script. So these are the options. Okay, so next we need to define the actual strategy, and we need to export it because we are going to use it in other places. So let me just say module.export. Let me export it straight away. .export the passport function, and okay, so let me create the, so we'll create the function here, and we'll say passport.use. So that's the strategy we are going to use. So let me open this, and then I'll say new strategy. So this is pretty standard requirements using passports with JWT. So I will pass in the options that we defined above, and it is an asynchronous function. So async, then the payload, and done. Okay, so here we need to find the user based on the payload that was passed. So user.find one, okay, find by ID, and we pass the payload ID. So payload.user.id underscore ID. So this user ID, we are passing it when we are creating, when the user logs in, right? So the payload that we return to the user, it has this user ID. So next is we check, then we await and receive the user. So if the user exists, so the user was found, meaning the token is valid, all we are going to do is then we'll do this. If user, we will return done with null, meaning there was no error. If there is any error, we can pass that error back, and then the user, right? If however the user does not exist, meaning that maybe the token is invalid, or the token has been tampered with, or is expired, then we're going to return done. There's still no error technically, right? But we'll return false here, meaning that anything other than the user will mean it failed, right? And with this we can check for error. So let's catch, in case there's any error, and then we do error, and then we are going to return done, and we're going to just return the same thing. We'll not return the error, we'll just return null, and then we'll return false, so it failed, right? This is about everything we need here, and we are done with this middleware. So next, let's build our authentication middlewares, right? So the middlewares we are going to develop here is one, to check. So protected routes, we want to check if the user is authenticated. So for routes that don't require a particular rule, But for routes that require rules, we want to also check if the user has that rule to access it. So let's develop that. Okay, so I'm going to import passport again here. So const passport is equal to require and then passport. Now it's not going to be passport-jwt, it's just going to be passport. The function which is going to help us to check if the user is authenticated is going to be const, and then let's just call it ensure authenticated. And then passport.authenticate. And it will be JWT here. So we are authenticating the JWT, and session is false. This is pretty standard also. If you read the documentations, you'll find it there. Okay, so the next function is not a standard function. What we are going to do is to check if the roles in the user, right? So if that user has the role to access a particular route. So routes that need specific rules. So let's do that. We'll call it ensure authorized. Authorized, and we'll pass in the roles. So even if the user has multiple roles, so you want to check the user has maybe an array of roles, you can use something exactly like this. Okay, so and we'll have the request object, the response, and next, so that we can proceed execution. And so let's create our function. So what we are checking is if the roles that we pass in here includes the roles from the request, so the actual role of the user, request.user.roles, then it will mean the user is authorized. So we can return next, that's all. So execution will continue, right? If however the roles we pass in here and the actual roles from the user, I mean they don't intersect, so there's the roles here, the user doesn't have those roles, we will terminate everything and just return response straight to the user, right? Or to the requesting client. So we say response of status of 401. So that's where we get all our 401 responses when a user is not authorized. And then we add JSON description, so an object, and the message will simply be unauthorized. And like we always do, we'll return the success group and it will be false. Okay, so that's that. We have two functions here, ensure authenticated, ensure authorized. Let's export these two functions. Okay, so module dot export, and we are exporting ensure authenticated and ensure authorized. Yeah, so these are our custom middlewares to check if a user is authenticated for routes that only require authentication, or for routes that require authorization. We can check using this one. Okay, now that we have this, we can move on and develop our routes, and then we're going to use these middlewares that we've defined here. So I'm going to close these files. So I'm going to open the terminal and create all the routes that we're going to need. So from here, I will cd into routes, and then I would touch create the files. So for each of the controllers we have there, we are going to have a counter route. Okay, so it will be touch admin dash routes .js and touch auth route. So for our authentications, right? So for our authentication controller, I'm going to touch categories. I'm going to touch comments. I'll CLS clear the screen, and I will touch again profile routes dash routes .js. I will touch stories, so stories routes. I will do the same for videos. Okay, so let's start working on the route. So let me just close the terminal and open the admin route, and let's create the routes there. Okay, so I'm assuming that you know a little about routes, right? So where you use express to route your request. So if there's a post request or a get request or a put request, so whatever request is coming from a client, right, will be routed based on what you have specified or defined in your route. So what we are going to do here is to import the router. Express has a router built inside, so we're going to require, and it is from express, and then router. So here we are going to start using the middleware that we've developed just a couple of minutes ago. So let me import the ensure authenticated and ensure authorized. I can just open it up, and so that I won't make mistakes in the naming. So there are these ones: ensure authenticated, and I'll paste it here. Then I need ensure authorized, and I can paste it here from, okay, sorry, I tend to use the old way of importing modules. So I'm going to say require from our middleware. So one folder of middleware, and it is our old middlewares, right? Next, I'm going to import the actual functions from the admin controller, right? So const, and the ones I need is get all and get one. Can remember that. Get one, those are the only functions we have there. And then it's going to be require one folder up, and then controllers, and from our admin controllers. So next here I'm going to define our actual routes. So I would say router dot get, and I'll define the route as users. So anytime a client is trying to access our application and the route is our domain / users, this is going to handle it, right? So Express is going to pass that request to this function or this route here. Let me continue. Now, because this is admin, I need to use our middleware that we have imported here. So first I want to ensure that the user is authenticated, and if he's not, I just return it there and it fails. If he is authenticated, I want to check if the user is also authorized. So I can just copy these functions and then just mount them like this. This is how you mount middleware on specific functions or on specific routes. Okay, so ensure authorized, and if you look at our function here, the ensure authorized, we are supposed to pass in roles, and it is an array of roles, so you can pass in one or you can pass in more roles. Okay, so I'm going to pass in that array, but actually all I just want now is to check if it is an administrator. If I had more roles, I will now pass in another one, right? But I just want to check if this user is an administrator. Okay, and it is an async function. I will pass the request and the response. So you remember we can respond directly to the user from there. So I need to pass the response object so that that function can respond. And let me open this. So at this point, if a user comes to our domain / users, we check and the person is authenticated, we check and the person is authorized with the role of admin, then we are going to perform the request, right? So the request we will just perform here is to await our function from our controller get all, and because we may use some things from the request and also we can respond from there, I'm going to pass this to that function, to the controller function. So basically this is all I need to define a route. Okay, so next we're going to get one. We need to define the route for get one. This is what we're going to do. So we can just copy what is here. It's pretty much the same thing and paste it here. The route will have to be like this. So we want to pass a route parameter. So ID. So if the request is coming for users and then there's a slash and then an ID is being passed, this route is going to handle that. Okay, so everything is pretty much the same. The only difference is we are passing it to get one. So these are the two routes we need here. But if you look at the sample applications that I showed, the API, the Swagger, we also have another route here that is used for bootstrapping this our application. So what it basically does is to create the first administrator. So we don't want the admin user to register and specify his role. Nobody can do that. So we just create a new administrative user by visiting that route, right? And then we can take it off from there. So that admin user can create other administrators, but nobody can register as an administrator by themselves. So what we are going to do is to import our register function from the auth controller, right? Authentication controller. So I'll just import register, and then I'll require it from our controllers, and it's going to be the auth controller. Okay, so at this point, let me create that route, and I'll copy this. I'll just copy our first route and paste it. Of course, we don't need the user to be authenticated or authorized, because there would be no user at all when we are bootstrapping this. And then we'll just call it seed. So that's seeding, and we'll have this. Okay, so what we need here is to create a user, right? So let me just say const admin is equal to, and then I will say name, and I'll call it administrator. That's the name of our first user, and it's going to be admin. And then the email, we need all of this to register a new user. So email, let me just use an email from my website. So I'm going to say admin@maxcoding.com, and then we need the password. So let me just have a password that I can hardly forget. So let me just say password 123 hash. Okay, so generally the idea is that as soon as you register this user, you're going to change this password, right? Because this is public and anybody can see it. So as soon as you register, you now change this password. So next, let me actually register the user. So I'll await register, which I've imported, and then I'll pass in the admin. That's this admin object that I just created above, and then I will specify the role as admin. Now let me just go back to this controller and show you what we have done there. Okay, so if you look at the authentication controller and the register method, you will see that we are passing the data we will use to register the user. We are specifying the role and then the response. Now, when an ordinary user is going to register, this role will not be there, right? And what we have done is to define the default role. So if you come to our models and then the user, you will see that in the roles, right here we say the default is user. So any other user who is just signing up from either our mobile application, our website, is going to be by default a user, right? Okay, so let me go back to our route and complete this. So the role is going to be admin, and then we can just pass the response. Okay, and that will be all for this. Now next we need to export our router. So let me module.export is equal to router. So everything in this file is going to be exported. Let me save this. And now let's define our authentication route. So let me close all of this. Okay, I'll leave this because I'll copy something and use it, right? So, okay, so in our authentication route, I'm going to require the router same way, and I'm going to require ensure authorized and ensure authenticated, or maybe just one of those, but let me copy this and paste. I'm going to require everything from our authentication controller. So let me paste this here, and let me just open our controller, and everything that I exported at the bottom, I will need it. So let me just go to the bottom and copy everything here. All of that, we're going to use it here, so it's not going to be the register only, right? So actually I know that I'm not going to use the authorized, so I just need the ensure authenticated, for instance, when a user is changing their password. Okay, so with that, let's create our routes. So I'll just come back here and copy one route, and come back here and start with that. I would router.post. This is going to be a post method, and that is going to be the login. So it's not get, I'm not getting something, I'm actually posting data here, and I don't need any of this because the user is not authenticated at that point. But I want to, okay, let me format this. I just hate to see code like this. Okay, so I want to await, and it is the login, the request and response. But if you look at the way we defined our authentication route, we are not accepting the entire request. Rather, we are accepting the data in the request. So here, instead of passing the request, I can just pass the body only. So request.body, right? And that's our login route. That's all for the login route. I can now copy this and then duplicate it and register. That's the same thing here. That's the name of the function, register. That's all. Okay, but because in our register method, so if you look at the old controller, in the register we are supposed to pass the role. What I'm going to do here is whoever is coming in and registering through here, I'm going to pass the role as user. Perfect. Okay, so that's that. Next, I'll just keep copying and reusing these routes and changing just a couple of things. So verify, and I'm also calling the verify method in our controller. Okay, so you see how easy it is to create the routes, right? Copy again and forget password. So forgot password. So when a user has forgotten their password, they are going to come through this route to try to retrieve it. Okay, I'll just use that method. It's also forgot password like this. The next one is reset password. I'm going to have this reset password. Have this, the same function I'm going to call. Now the last one is going to be change password. So change password. It is going to be the same. The only difference will be that in change password, we want to ensure that the user is authenticated. So only authenticated users can change their passwords. So I can just ensure authenticated and mount it like this. Okay, so that's all we need to do here, and let me just copy this export and export it here. Now the next one is the categories. I'm going to just copy. Let me copy everything in the admin route, and I'll just paste it in the categories route, and then we're going to use the ones that we need, right? So ensure authenticated, I think we're going to need that. And the categories, we have 2 functions exported in categories. I'm going to just copy them. Oh, okay, we have 5. So I'll copy all of them and I'll import them here, and from controllers, categories, controller, and I'm not going to need anything from here, so let me delete that. So let me start defining them. If anyone navigates to categories, I don't care if they are authorized or authenticated. Everybody can query our categories. So I just do get all. So the next one I need to define is for creation of a category, and I will call it category. So the route is actually going to be category. Now, but in this instance, I want to ensure that the person is authenticated and only administrators can create categories, right? And of course, the HTTP verb is a post request, and I'm going to await add one method, and I'll pass in the request and the response, right? Okay, actually, because I'm differentiating my requests based on the HTTP verb, I can simply have them. This is the best practice, right? I will have them with the same name, right? But if it's a GET request, then we're going to return this. The HTTP verb is what is going to determine which of these routes will be executed. So for post, that's to create. I'm going to do this. Okay, let me remove this. I'm not going to need this. Let me create one for updating. I'll copy this and paste. is going to be still the same name. That's best practice, and I'm going to is a put request, right? Ensure authenticated, ensure authorized is going to be the same. I'm going to update one. Okay, but the difference here is going to be that here I need to specify the ID of the category I'm trying to update. So I'll have it like this, and everything else will just work. And then the next one is to get a single category. And so I'll copy this and paste it because it looks similar. The only thing that will differentiate them is this is a GET request as opposed to a PUT request, and anyone can request to see a category, so they don't need to be authenticated or authorized. What I want is to get one. So finally we have one left, and that is to delete. So I'm going to copy this, looks almost the same, and paste it here. Now the HTTP verb for deleting is delete, and I need to specify the category ID, and everything else is going to be the same. Only administrators can do that, and I have remove one. So let me change this. I want to remove one, and that is all. That's everything. So we've used everything here and we've exported it. Let me save this. The next one is going to look almost similar to the categories. So I'm going to copy the categories and paste it in the comments route, and I can check to see what I exported from my comments controller. So let me check comments. What I'm exporting is add one and remove one. So let me just copy those two, come back here. Let me just replace here, add one, remove one, but from the comments controller. So comments controller. Okay, so in the comments controller, what we have is only the creation method. So this post, and I'm going to call it comments. So that's going to be the route comments, and I need to make sure the user is authenticated. Only registered and logged in users can post a comment, right? And add one, that's fine. Put, we are not going to allow modification of comments. Get, no. Delete, yes, and it's going to be comments. And the user doesn't need to be an administrator, the person who can delete this. So let me just delete, require ensure authorized, and then we have this. So this is everything we need. Okay, I'm going to save this, and I'm going to move on to the profile routes. Okay, so in the profile routes, we're going to copy what we have either in the comments. Okay, let's just copy what we have in the comments and let's paste it in the profile route, and let's change some of the things we need here. So we're going to be importing it from the profile controller. So we are requiring from profile controller. Let's open the profile controller and see what we have exported. So we have exported this update one and get one. So let's come back here and paste only those functions that were exported here. Okay, so here we are not going to use authorized. Authenticated users can do whatever is permitted here, and we're going to, we don't need the get all, we don't need to create, we need to update. Yes, so update one, and we'll change this to profile, right? So profile, we don't need the ID because whoever is logged in is going to be the one modifying their own profile. We don't need the ensure authorized. Okay, so we have it, and the get one that we have here is going to be similar. So we type profile. We don't need the ID because whoever is logged in is going to fetch their own profile, but we need them to be authenticated, and we're getting one. We don't need delete. We are not going to implement closing profiles. Okay, so that's all that we need for the profile route. Let's go to the stories route, and the stories route is going to be a lot like the categories route. So let's copy it, come to the stories. Let me close everything else, right? Paste it. Let me close this so that we can have more space. Okay, what I need now is to look at what I'm exporting in our stories controller. So these are the functions I'm exporting, and let me copy them and import them here from our stories controller. Stories controller. Everything else is going to change. So we are going to change the name of the paths also, right? So post, this is the same. Put is going to be the same. Get is going to be the same. Delete is going to be the same, but we have to get up stories and get by slug, right? So I'm going to this one, I'll copy it and use it for get top stories, and I'm going to copy this get and modify it for get by slug, right? So in get top stories, I can just do stories and then add an additional part as top, and then I can come here and execute this function get top stories. So for get stories by slug, the one we are going to use for our URLs, what I can do here is add another part, call it slug. If I don't add this part, right, anything that comes here, this the first get here is going to match, so this will always be executed. But if I need to get it by slug, I need to change this, so I need to add an additional part so that Express is going to distinguish them. So, and I'm going to call this slug. What I call it doesn't matter really. And what I'm going to do here is copy this get by slug and paste it here. So that's the function I'm going to execute. I think this is all about the stories route. Okay, so the last route we have here is the videos. Looks pretty much like the uh, uh, stories route. So I'm going to copy and paste it, and let me not assume I can remember. Let me just copy this, come back here and paste it. Okay, and let's modify. So I'm getting all of this from the videos controller. So let me rename this videos. Actually, I'm using plurals here, so let me just rename this and call it videos controller. Okay, so that it will be the same with the other controllers. And here what I need is to change all of my paths to videos. So post the same, by ID the same, put get by ID is going to be the same, delete is going to be the same, top videos, this method is different, so let me copy it here and have it as top videos. Okay, we don't need to get any video by slug, so I'm going to delete that, and that's all I need for the videos. Okay, so now we have all of our routes defined, and let me close all. What we can do at this point is to come to our index file, import our routes and use them here, right? But we have like very many routes, and we're going to overcrowd this file. These are index files. So what we can do is, instead of doing it that way, let me just create another file inside the routes, and I'll call it index.js. So I'm going to import all of my routes here, all the routes we have here, and then from here we are going to export it and take it to our root index file. So first, let me just copy the router. I can copy it from anywhere, and let me close this, and I'll paste it here. I need the router. The next thing I need to do is to import all of my routes. So let me import once, I'll call it authorized, and is equal to require. We're in the same folder, so a single dot and this and authorized, right? I'll just copy this, paste it many times, and just rename and import the correct routes. I think about this will do. Let's look at our route. So we have admin. Let me change this to admin, and I'll require it from admin routes. Next, we have categories, and I require it from our categories route. So next we have comments. So let me call this comments. I require it from our comments route. Comment routes. We have profile. So let me call it profile, and we require it from our profile routes. Then we have stories. From our stories routes. Then we have videos, that's the last one. So videos from our videos routes. Okay, so now that we've done this, what we need to do is to actually use the routes that we have imported here, right? So what we need to do is to say router.use. This time around, we are not going to define the HTTP verbs, but just to use what we have already defined. And what I'm going to do here is I will add an additional part, right? So it will be like the root part. So I will say for all of our authentication routes, I would have it as auth. Then, so it will be auth/login, auth/register. So, and I will use the auth routes here. Let me copy this and paste all this API, and I'm going to use, so our admin routes will be API/admin, right? Admin routes. Okay, I'm going to copy this again and paste it a couple of times and use for all our other routes. So only our authentication route is going to be auth/login. Every other thing is going to be API/comments, API/admin. So let me do for categories. Oops, copied the wrong thing. Categories, comments, profile, stories. So it's going to be API/stories, and finally videos, then API/videos, right? Now this router, I also need to export it because that's the one we're going to mount in our index.js file. So let me just export it the same way. So I'll just copy any of these exports and paste it here. It should also work. Okay, so now the final thing we need to do to make this our application work end to end, everything we've developed, is to come to our index file and then to add the routes and our middleware, so our passport middleware, right? Okay, so let's come here. Okay, so here we immediately under where we are defining our application, we need to define our routes. So what I'm going to do is to say const router is equal to require and our index route files. So routes/index. Okay, you can see here that instead of all those imports, we would have been importing all the individual routers, right? We just do this once like this by defining that index file. Okay, so the next thing we need to do here is to mount our express middleware that we've defined. So first we need to initialize this passport, and I'm talking about the middleware we defined here in this passport middleware, right? We could have defined it in this file, but we just moved it to our folder called middleware. So let's come under here and use that middleware. So we would say app.use, because we are mounting it right at this point, right? And I will say middleware, and that's the passport middleware, and the documentation says you should do this. Okay, so that's that. Now we are using this middleware that we have defined. Okay, so the next thing now is to use our router, right, that we have imported here. So let me come here beneath the pagination and say app.use and our router. Okay, so if you made it to this point, congratulations, because we now have a fully functional application, right? So we can just run this application as it is and see if everything works and there are no errors. So let me just come to the terminal, new terminal, and let me yarn start, and let me see what happens. Okay, so we seem to be having an error here. Let's check it out. The error is in our auth controller, cannot find bcrypt.js. So let's go to our authentication controller and let's see what we have done wrong. Okay, so it's clear what we have done. Our spelling is wrong. I always spell this thing wrong. So it's supposed to be bcrypt.js. Okay, let's attempt to run our application again and see. We have another error. So apparently we have another. Okay, so we seem to be having an error here, and let me look at where the error is occurring. In storage controller, line 124. Okay, so let's go to our storage controller and let me check line 1, 2, 4. Okay, I think this is where we are making a mistake. We need to close this. Let me see if this is going to work. With story.find, let me see, populate category sort. This looks good. This looks good. Okay, let me try to run this application again. Let me see if that's going to throw. Okay, yes, so that was the error. We are having the same error in our videos controller, which happens to be the same thing. Okay, so here, right, we need to terminate this statement and let's go back to our terminal and let's try running again. Hopefully this time around it works. Oops, we have another one in our index.js file. Okay, so let's look at this error. Let's see if we can find it. The error is occurring in our index file, line 14. So let's go to line 14 and look at it. App.use passport. Okay. Okay, I see what we are doing, right? Okay, what we are supposed to do here is to require this not to use it. So we are trying to connect this our passport middleware to this our custom middleware function that we define, right? Okay, so I think this is that. And now while we are here, I see we are missing to use JSON, right? So this is an API, so we can do app.use, and what we need is express.json, and the function, empty function like that, we call it. Okay, so now let me try this application again. Let me CLS and let me run it again. And oh, okay, so this is not an error really. So it's just telling us that this port is already in use. So let me check where I'm using the port. Oh well, whatever, we can just change our package, our environmental variable, and just change the port to 502 and run it. I'm probably running an application on that, and I yarn start again, and let me see. Perfect. So we have our application running on port 5002, and okay, so we are good. All right, so as it is right now, we have our application running and all the endpoints should be working, but like we said, we are not going to use something like Postman to test this application. What we are going to do is to document it using Swagger and to do everything in Swagger, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is to kill this application, and then we can add our Swagger documentation. Also, another thing we seem to be forgetting is our validations, right? So right now, we are not validating any of these inputs that may be coming from the user. So what we are going to do is we'll add our validations first, and then we are going to add our Swagger documentation. So let's cd into our validations folder. So cd validations, and let's create the files that we need for our validators, right? We are using express-validator, so let's create those files. Let's say touch category dash validator .js. Let's be sure it's created. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm going to repeat this for our other validators, and let's do the same for change password. We just want to ensure that passwords make sense, right? Okay, so someone doesn't copy something from a long text file and paste it as a password. So change password validator. Let's do for comment validator. Let's do the same for reset password. Let's do same for story. So we want to validate our story objects when a user is creating a story. So story let's do the same for update user. validate.user. Let's do the same for user. So when we are creating the first user, right, the other one is for update, the other one is for the registration, and finally let's do for video. All right, okay, so the terminal, and then open up our category validator. So to do validations, what we are going to do is to import const two functions from our express validator. So that's the check and validation result from, that is require, and it will be express validator, right? Express validator. Let me close this so we can have more space to see what we are doing. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to define our validation rules. So const, let's say rules, or let me call it validation rules, or we can just call it rules, validation rules, and is equal to so what we will do here is to return all of our validation rules, and that's an array. So the first rule is to check, and because we are validating category, there's only one thing in category we need to check, right? And that is the title. So we say title, and has this chain of functions, like fluent functions, so you can just keep adding them. And we say trim, so we trim all the white spaces from the front and the back. And then we say is length, so it's length. And what we want to do here is to enforce that a category must have a minimum length of 2 characters, and maybe let's say a maximum length of, we can say 20. No, let's make something like this. Okay, 64 and 56 rather, and then we add the error message. So if any of these validations fail, we want to return the message that title must be between 2 and 56 characters. All right, so that is our error message if any of these fails. And for our category, that's the only validation rule we need, right? So, and now the next thing we need to define is the actual function that will perform the validation. So let's say const validate, and we will say is equal to request, or accept the request, response, and next. We will say const errors. So if there are any errors from applying the validation rules, so validation rules to the request. All right, now what this function is going to do is it will pass in this request. An express validator is going to extract the fields that we define here from this our request. So I think it's going to iterate over the body and then find the one that is called part of the body that is called title, and then it's going to apply it to it, right? So now if there are any errors, so if after applying these validation rules there are any errors that are stored in this variable, what we are going to do is, okay, so we can start by actually testing if the errors are null, right? So if errors dot is empty rather, not null, if errors dot is empty, what we will do is just to return next. So our execution will continue, right? But if there are errors, this code will continue execution. What I like to do here is to reconstruct my errors so that they will be consistent with the way I send back errors from all across the application, right? So typically the way express validator is going to send our errors back to the caller is a bit like difficult to consume. So what I'm going to do here is to reconstruct our errors if there are any errors. So let me say const error, or let me just call this result errors, and I'll make these an array of errors. So what I'm going to do here is to say errors, the errors that are stored here, and I'm going to array dot map error, and then for each of these errors, that is this error here, I'm going to result errors dot push and I'll reconstruct it here into an object, right? So I save the error dot param okay, I need to put this inside so there could be multiple errors from this single param, and then I will assign the error message. Okay, so what we are doing here is just map reduce, right? And then reconstructing our errors. Okay, so after I'm done with this, I'm going to push in that our general message that we have in each error. So I'm going to just copy part of this and I'll say error.push another object, and I'll say message. I'll just use a generic message here. I'll say action unsuccessful. And I'll also push in another of that error message that we always use. So that is success is equal to false. False. Right. Okay. So what I need to do here is to place all of our errors into an object and send it back. So I'll do something like const error object is equal to, and I'll use this JavaScript like function, and I'll assign. So object.assign, and I will destructure our result errors. Right. Okay, so if execution reaches this point, it still means that there is an error, right? So we need to return a response. So we will say response.status of 4 to 2, and we'll pass a JSON object, and that's our error object here. Okay, so that is all we need to do, and this is quite plenty, but that's what we need to do to validate our title and to reconstruct the errors in such a way that, I mean, it is consistent with all our other errors. That's why we are writing all this code, right? Okay, so with this we are done. What we need to do is to export these two functions. So we say module.exports, and we export the validation rules and the validate function. All right, so we have this. We can just copy everything here. Let me save it and then use it in our other validators. So change password. Let me paste this here. Same thing. And in change password, the only thing we need to validate is the new password that is being sent, and we want to make sure that the password minimum of 6. So all of our passwords must be minimum 6 and maximum, let's say 16. That's a fair value, right, that users can remember. So we would say password must be between 6 and 16 characters. All right, so that's all we need to do here. We can copy this again and go to our next validator. That's the comment, and then we paste it here. So our comment also validates only a single field, and that field is the body. because that's the only field we are sending in when we are commenting, right? So we will say body must be between. Okay, so here we don't care about the marks. We can have a very long comment, but the minimum should be at least 2, right? And I can just delete the marks and then say comment. Let me rename this as comment must be at least 2 characters long. I think this is a good enough message. That's all. Alright, so next is to just copy everything here and paste it in the reset password. I think we should just use what's in the change password. It's going to be like exactly the same. Okay, so in reset password we can just check for both the new and the old password. So let me just copy this, paste it here and say old password. That's what we are checking, and say here old password must be between. So whatever password the person is sending in as the old password, we'll just validate it, right? Because we can. And here we say new password, same thing, right? Okay, so we are done with this password validation, and let's copy what we have in comment. Let's close everything else, and let's open our stories and let's paste it here. So in our stories, what we are going to have is to check the title and the body. So let's make one for the title and say title should be minimum of 2, and let's give it a maximum. We don't want a title to be too long, so let's say 256 with message. The title must be between 2 and 256 characters. For the body, we can have exactly what we have in the other body, so we'll just enforce minimum but not maximum. So the next one is the update user. Let's copy what we have in comment and paste it in update user. And here the only thing we need to do, so for now the only thing we are updating is the name. So we want the name to be a minimum of 2, so something like Jet Li, the Li, right? So Li, that's what we will accept. Okay, no, I don't think so. I think we should make this 1. So like there's a book, The Mafia Manager, and the name of the author is V, right? So we can allow something like that. But let's add a max and then let it be 20. So the name of the person shouldn't be 20. So we say name must be at least, or this we say between between 1 and 20 characters, right? Okay, so that's that for update user. Let's copy this same one, because when the user is registering, we'll use this user validator, and let's paste it there and do the same. So now the user validator is going to be slightly different, because we'll validate email, we'll validate name, and we'll validate password, right? So let me paste in 3, and then let's start by validating the email. So what we can do is trim it, then check if it's email. It's email, right? So it's going to check if it's a valid email, right? If that passes, let's normalize the email. So what we want is to have emails that are all small characters, I mean small letters, rather than camel case or uppercase or any of that, right? And then we don't need to enforce the length, because his email is going to do that for us. We just need to pass back the message, and here we can say, please enter a valid email, and that's that, right? So next we do the name. It's going to be the same as update user, and then we check the password. So let me just go to any of these password validators and copy this, and then just replace what we have here. And okay, I'll do this. What we are validating is the password, so we must enter exactly the name that is going to appear in the request body, right? So here is not a new password, it's just the first password user is creating. So we have this. Finally, let's do for the video validator. It's going to look similar to the story validator. So let's copy story validator, let's close others, and then paste it here. What we will validate here is the title, right? And this is going to be correct. The next one is the video ID. Now for video ID, this is the YouTube video ID, right? And we know that YouTube videos are 11, YouTube video IDs are 11 characters. And so we can have the minimum as 11 and the max also as 11, right? So we are enforcing exactly 11 characters, and then we can return the message, a very specific message like this: YouTube video ID must be 11 characters long. All right, so this is about it. And with this, video ID must be 11 characters long, right? So with this, we are done with our validators, right? So we can close this, and what we need to do next is to mount our validation middleware. So all of these validators that we created. So okay, so in the structure of our application, what we do is our middlewares, we are mounting them on the routes. So all the routes that we are going to be creating content or changing content, That's where we need to mount our validations, right? So we'll come here. The first one is this auth route. So let's come here, and what we need to do is to import our validation rules. So let me do that. I'm going to const then validation. Okay, I can just open any of our validators and pick what I'm exporting, right? So this is what I'm exporting. So I'll just say validation rules, and I'm importing them is equal to require. I'm importing them from validations, and then that's going to be the user validator, right? So that's the first one. But we have login here, we have register, we have verify, we have forgot, and all of this. And those are the places we are going to use change password, password reset, and update user. So all of this, let's import them. I'm just going to copy this and paste it several times. Yeah, maybe 4 times. And okay, now I have this one, the first one for user validation. Let me import the one for change password validations, right? Now I could, let me change where I'm importing them, change password validator. But as you can see, I already have this defined, this constants. So I cannot import this with the same names. So what I need is to create an alias for this for the change password validators. So let me copy this, paste it, and then I'll just call this password validation rules, right? Like this. And the validate, I would also rename it as password validate. Okay. Okay, so for now, let me just delete these ones, and what we'll do is let's mount the ones we have imported, right? Okay, so we are going to need these validation rules and the validate in register, right? So when a user is trying to register, we are going to apply the, so before the function runs, we would add the validation rules, and then this is how express validator works, right? So you have to just follow a pattern similar to this, and then the validate, or you can just write your functions right here, you know, as middleware, but I just took all of these functions and kept them in a different file, right? So I'm going to have this here, and what we are going to do is to do the same for forget password, reset password, change password, and the rest, right? But I'm not going to do them here while we watch. I don't think that's necessary for us to do it here, right? So you've seen how we apply these validation rules, and as soon as this route is hit, the validation rules are going to be checked. If they fail, nothing is going to execute after this. However, if our validation rules pass, right, then everything inside here is going to be executed. All right, so that's that for validations. I'm going to add the other validations, and then you can download the code if you want with all the validations applied from GitHub, where I'm going to share it, right? The final thing we need to do here is to create our Swagger documentation. Okay, so for our Swagger documentation, we are going to use this package here. It's a fairly new package, swagger-autogen. And my objective was to find a package that will help me to do Swagger documentation, if possible, auto-generate some of the things I need, right? So something like what we have in .NET Core, we have all of that generated for us automatically. But in Node.js, you have to probably do a lot of work to get Swagger to work. So we are going to use this package. And in the documentation, it says this module performs automatic construction of Swagger documentation, right? And that's the package we're going to use. We've already added it to our packages.json and installed it. So we are going to go ahead and start using it right away. Okay. So let me close this. The first thing you need to create in order to use this package is a swagger.js file. And so let me create it here, swagger.js. And in this Swagger file, this JavaScript file, we're going to write out some of the documentations that we need here. Some other items, we're going to put it in our routes, but we need this file for swagger-autogen to work, right? So let me create the content of this file. Okay, so the first thing we need here is to import the swagger-autogen package. So let me do that. Const swagger-autogen is equal to require swagger-autogen. All right, we're supposed to run it something like this. So kind of like we're just running the function right away, right? We are calling the function to execute. The next thing we need to do is to define everything that will go into the documentation. So let's say const doc is equal to, and is an object. Now this object has several sections, and each section takes care of a specific need. So the first one is the info. That's the information you see about the API when you open it. I'm just going to leave it empty for now. I'll just define the sections, then we're going to fill them in. So the next one is the host. And for now, we are running it on localhost. So I'm going to say localhost and then 5000. We're still going to change our environmental variable back to 5000. I'll find whatever service is running and kill it. Okay, so then the next one is the base part. So this is the part after navigating to localhost, right? And our base part is going to just be this. We're not going to have any part for our Swagger documentation. The only part will be this doc, right? Okay, so the next one is the schemes. Now this is the HTTP schemes we're going to use. It is an array, and so if we're going to accept HTTP, we'll put it here, and possibly when we go into production, we'll use HTTPS. So we'll define all the schemes here, right, as an array. And next is the consumes. That's the content type it consumes, right? And it's also an array, so I'm going to have it as application slash JSON. That's the only content type we'll consume in this API. And the next one, let me just copy this and reuse. Okay, so that would be the produces. What do we produce from this API? And it is the same thing, application.json. Next here, we are supposed to define our tags. So that's like the sections you see when you open Swagger, right? So how we're going to arrange our APIs. So for us, let me just leave it like this. We're going to come back to fill it. So we'll have our authentication routes grouped together. We'll have our posts grouped together and our admin, for instance, grouped together. So that's what we are supposed to define here. The next item is the security definition. So let me say security definitions. And this is an object. So we'll leave it like this. We'll come back and fill it out shortly. Okay, and you see, so what we have here is what we are going to use. So when we log into the API and we want to continue passing in like our token to the API, right, from Swagger. Now the kind of security scheme we are going to use is what we are going to define here. The final part of the doc is the definitions. Now the definitions are the models. They're kind of like documentation models, right? And we can use them also in the routes so that we say this is the kind of object that you need to send in the route. I think this is one very important part of the Swagger file we're developing here. Okay, so with this, we have the sections, and now we can go on to define the other things that are required here. So next we define an output file. That is the file where our swagger.json documentation is going to be saved. So, you know, like we say, this swagger-autogen is going to automatically generate our documentation. So let's say the Swagger output file, the output file is equals to, and we can keep it in the root folder of our application. So let me just say Swagger underscore output .json is a JSON file. I think at this point I can just pause recording this video and fill it out and explain it a little bit. You know, it's just something that you can find in the documentation. So let me pause this video, fill out whatever I need to have here, and then I can explain it afterwards. Okay. Okay, so welcome back, and I've filled in the information we need. So this is just the info object, and it's going to carry the version, the title of our API, and then the description. So you can have in more description here. For now, I'm just having it that is an API tutorial, and then we had explained this before. Okay, so I'll skip that. And for the tags, these are just sections, you know, kind of like how you organize your Swagger UI, right? So the various sections that you need there. And so I have authentication section, and it's going to have all the authentication endpoints. We have admin, we have post, and then we have profile. I think this will do. All right, so the next one is the security definitions. So that's what's going to enable us to authenticate our Swagger calls. Okay, so what we have here is the authorization, and the type is the API key. That's what we're going to use. The name of that header variable is authorization. The description is going to be, the value will be the bearer token, and it is going to be placed in the header of our request, and the scheme is bearer, right? Okay, the next section is the model definitions. Okay, so the models is also a section on the Swagger UI, but we can also use this, right, to enforce our respective endpoints. So for instance, to log in, you need email, and we are giving an example of an email here and a password. Any of the variable names that is preceded by the dollar sign like this means that that field is required. So using this, Swagger is going to, for instance, if I don't enter the email, I will not be able to post that request, right? So it's going to enforce required. And then we have the registration model. These are the things that are all required. Update user model, you must provide the name. Okay, so then we have the category model. You must provide the title. We also have the story model, and we're giving examples. So category ID is required, and this sample of like a MongoDB ID, right? So I have a sample here. The title here is required. The body is required, and then we're giving an example of that. So we have the video model also, the YouTube video ID, and then the title. We have the comment model, so the story ID and the body, they are all required. We have verify email, the code that was sent, it is required. We have the change password, so the old password, you must apply the old password, and then the new password that you want to change it to. Then the forgot password email, you must pass the email, right? So the registered email on the system, and that's how we are going to generate that code and send to you. And then finally, we have the reset password model. So you send us the email, the code, and then the new password that we want to change the password to. So basically, these are all the things that we need in the file. So let me save it, and then what we need to do here is to, in our startup scripts, we need to point another startup script to this. So let's go and create a startup script for that. Okay, so we need to create it in the packages.json under the scripts section. So let's add a startup script pointing to our Swagger file, autogen file. So we'll do something like this. Start, I'll give it a name. So that's the name. We'll do yarn whatever or npm, and then supply the argument of that name. So I'll say gen.doc, and if we call this startup script, what we want NodeJS to run is the swagger.js file, which is in the root of our application. So that's the file we just created here. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so now that we've defined this, let's go to our routes and add some of the other stuff that is required for this swagger-autogen to run. So I'm going to close all of this. Okay, let me leave this on, and then let's go to our routes, and let's start from the admin route. Which routes will have security implemented, and which routes are going to be placed under our authentication tab or section. Okay, so let's do that. Let's start here. Okay, so to apply our route specific Swagger stuff, so whatever we need to apply to this specific route, we need to place all of those things within inside comments. Okay, so what we are going to do is to have a multi-line comment. Sorry for that. It's going to be like this and like this, right? So we have this multi-line comment, and inside of this comment we are going to place all of the things that apply to this route regarding Swagger. So Now I'm going to type out some of this, and when we do this for a route or two, we're going to pause the video and then I'll fill out for the rest of the route. So the first thing we need here, for instance, is to say the swagger dot tags. So we define tags, but we didn't tell it which route belong to those tags, right? And here we are saying that when you are generating the documentation, place this under the admin section, right? So we have this. Next, we need to define here the Swagger security. So you see this route to get users for the admin route is protected. So you can see ensure authenticated and ensure authorized, right? So let's define that. So we'll start it with the pound sign and hash sign and say swagger dot security. It will be an array of objects, but what we are actually, the security scheme we are going to use is the authorization, and to make this work, it is in the documentation. What we are supposed to do is just do this, okay? And we have that. So we are applying two things to this route from our Swagger documentation. The first is the tag, that's the region where it is supposed to be placed, and then the second is the security, to say that it is going to expect authorization headers, right? And we've defined the scheme, the security, the authorization scheme here. So what we are supposed to do is to reference it here, and it will just be an empty array, right? So that's all we need to do for this endpoint. And if at this point we run this application, we'll see that our get users endpoint in the admin section is going to have all of this Swagger stuff applied to it, right? Okay, so we can just copy this and apply it exactly to this one. It's going to be exactly the same. And for the seed, we can just place it under the, we can just place it in the admin section. So we don't need this. We don't need this route to be authorized. And because it's a single line comment, we may as well just remove this and just do this, right? So this is still going to work the same. Okay, so this is all we need for our admin routes to work, and we can do the same for the authentication routes, the categories routes, the comments route. Okay, let me create the Swagger definitions for this auth route. I want to just demonstrate something. I want to demonstrate using the models that we have defined here to enforce whatever we want to enforce in this particular route, right? So let's say the register. Let me just do the register. The rest are going to be similar. So I'm just going to do 102, and then we can pause the video and I'll fill it out. Okay. So let me come back here and copy this. And let me go back to the authentication routes. We can do for this login because it also has a model that it needs to enforce. So I'm just going to paste this here. Now, if we leave it as it is, what's going to happen is on the Swagger UI, this login is going to come under admin, but that's not how we want to arrange it. So we want it under the auth section. It is already defined here. You can see it here. That's this tag. So I'm going to place it under the authentication section, and definitely we don't need the security, right? But what we need is the parameters that are required here for this route. So we're going to define it like this: swagger.parameters, and we are going to say that our parameters will be passed as an object. This is the object for this endpoint parameters, right? So how is it going to be passed? It is going to be passed in the body. So you can pass it in forms or inside of the body of the request. So we are saying that it is in the body. Are they required? So whatever it is that we are passing in the body, is it required? And we can say here true, it's a boolean. And we can define all the fields that are required, right? So for instance, we have the email and the password, and we can actually just define them here. But what we have done is in this swagger.js file, we have already defined our model. So this is the login model, and we've defined that the email is required and the password is required. So we can just reuse this model there, right? So what I do here is the schema, and that is the schema definition for the parameters in this endpoint, and we pass in an object. So instead of creating the email and the password here, like I said, we're going to use the one here. So what we say is we do like this. We say we are going to reference an existing model, and the reference point is, let's put it inside the single quotes, and we say it is in our swagger.js definitions. So inside of this swagger.js file, you should look for a model that we're going to define under the definition section, right? And so definitions and slash, that's the route to it, and this is the route, the login model. Okay, so that's all we need. So instead of defining all of our fields here, we are just reusing the model that we have created there. Now with this, we can fill in the register parameters. It's going to be exactly similar to this. So what I'm going to do is to just pause recording the video, and I'm going to fill them in. Then we'll come back. There's one or two I will need to explain. So let me just stop this and come back when I'm done. Okay, so I've gone over our routes and I've applied all the Swagger definitions to each of the routes, right? And there are also validation rules. That those validation rules we defined, I've also applied them. I discovered in some of the routes I've not fully done that, so I've applied all of that. Okay, so let me go ahead and close all the files we have, and let's look at one or two interesting files here. Okay, so I'll close others. Let me come back here and let's look at the stories route. Let me zoom out this a little. Okay, so we can see more, right? Okay, so here in this route, in the stories post route where we create a story, there are a couple of things that happen. First, we are going to upload a file. So if we're going to upload a file, we need to pass it in as a multi-part form data. So what we have done here is to override the consume that we've done. I was looking for a way to see if swagger-autogen can do that for us from this our swagger.js file, but I couldn't find it. So from the documentation, you can create your specific definitions here, right? So you can override other things that you have defined there. So for this, for our creation of stories, even though we have a model for it, that would be the story model, but we are going to just leave it here for documentation, and we're not going to use it. Here we're going to override those specific parameters that we have defined here. So first, the consumes, we override it. For our general application is application.json, but for this specific route, is going to be a multi-part form data, right? These other ones we've done before, we've explained previously. And then we're going to define our parameters. So the fields in the form, we're going to define them specifically here inside the route. So the first one is going to be our file, the image that we're going to be uploading, and we'll pass it in the form data, and it's required is true. So before you create a story, you must have to upload the cover image. Okay, and the type is going to be file. Now in this Swagger documentation, I think if you just have it like this, the swagger-autogen is going to interpret it as a string. Okay, but if you need other types, which you can read about Swagger documentation generally, is that you can define them specifically. So here for our file, the type is going to be a file. And because the entirety of this method is going to use form data, what we can do here is to continue defining the other fields. Okay, so the category field, we are saying that is going to be a string, and we're going to pass it in the form data, right? And then the title is a string, also we'll pass it in the form data, and also the body of the story, right? So that is what we have done here. The other thing is how we are going to upload our file. So if we define exactly another route like this one, both of them are going to execute in the order in which we place them inside here. So here we have the same post route here. Let me bring this here so that it will look exactly the same. So we have this. Let me also do this. So you can see that it's exactly the same definition, right? So when a post request comes in, this is going to execute first, and then this one is still going to execute. And what we are going to do here is to only upload the file and then to pass on execution to this next route. Okay, so here we want to still ensure that the user is authenticated and is an administrator before we upload the file. And then let's look at this upload method. Okay, that's the upload method here. We define it here, and it's utilizing Milta. We have already installed this package, the Milta package, when we started, and it is used for saving files, so accepting uploaded files and saving them to disk. So this is the function that we are going to execute here in this route. In it, we're going to just save the file. So if there's any file inside of our form submission, we are going to save it, and we define the storage. That's where we are going to save it. This is a standard Milta stuff, right? Okay, so and this is storage. Let me just show you. What we are going to use is Milta disk storage, so we are saving it on the local disk, and then the destination, we will use the application's parent directory, and then the path, we define the path here, so it's just public. We're going to save it in the public folder, and then the file name. So we take the file name for the submitted file. We want to just change the name of the file, so we create another variable here. It's a bit confusing, but the capitalization is different, so there are two different variables. We can change this if we want, but this will work fine. Okay, so we create a constant file name. What we're going to do is just take the date time, the current date, and then to add it to the original file name, right? So that we would, at least that way, will ensure that the files are unique. that we are saving, since we are all going to save them in the same folder. Then after we do that, what we are going to do is to modify the request. So the request object, we'll modify it, the body and the image URL will pass in the file name. Okay, let me show you how that applies. In our model, in the story model, if you look at it, we have an image URL here, right? And what we want to do is to save the name of that image here so that we can use it to display the image when we are showing our story entries. So that's what we are doing. So here we are adding it to this, to the request body, because if you look at our controllers, the story controller, where we are adding one, we are simply just destructuring the body, right? So if we add it here, the file name here, and then we come to this controller and we destructure it, is going to be automatically there, right? All right, so this is good. Okay, so that's what we've done here. The stories route is a bit interesting, and so that's what we've done. Okay, but there's one more thing about our story that we haven't taken care of, and that's the slug, right? So what we are going to do is, when we are building our admin UI, that's our admin dashboard, we're going to generate this slug right in the admin interface, and then we can send it with the request, and then we can save it. You can see that it's required and it's unique, and that's to which we applied our unique validator, right? So we are going to generate it in the admin UI for the person who is creating this story, and there we will make it such that the person can actually edit it. Okay, but in our Swagger documentation, on our Swagger UI, I couldn't find an easy way for us to generate this slug, because we can't execute code in Swagger, right? So instead, we are going to provide a workaround by generating our slug. Let me explain this slug a little. So when we have the title, we're going to lowercase it. We're going to put hyphens, so hyphens between the words, and then we're going to have that URL to be kind of like SEO friendly, and then people will be able to read it and see exactly where they are going, right? So instead of having just the ID of the category, which won't make sense, an object ID, we'll use a slug. So we'll develop something that is similar to what WordPress does, right? Okay, so what we can do is to go to our stories controller, and before we save this our new record, we can generate that slug here. Okay, all right, so let's do that. So what I'm going to do is, instead of inserting that function that will create it here, we can isolate it and place it in a new function at the bottom, and possibly reuse it. So because in the UI we're going to allow the user to be able to modify the slug, and we don't want them to modify it wrongly, so we can pass it again through another test here. Okay, so let me define that function, and I'll say const generate slug is equal to, we will accept the title because we are just modifying the title to become the slug, so we will require the title, and then we make this arrow function, and we can now say, let's say const slug text. That's the actual slug text, I mean slug that we're going to generate. So slug text is equal to title dot, okay, so all right, But what we can do here is let's ensure that the title is not all numbers, right? So if it is all numbers, this function is going to fail. So let's do toString first, and then okay. So let me just tell you this. I had to Google how one can generate a slug, kind of like an English slug, and to avoid all the pitfalls that are potentially there. So for instance, special characters, we don't want them in the URL, and then we don't want double dashes. So where, for instance, if we are replacing a space with dash, and there are two spaces, we could have two dashes, and that's not what we want. So we want to eliminate all of these things and to have a slug that is just plain text and is readable, no special characters, no double dashes, nothing like that. So I found this small script on Stack Overflow, and I'm going to just copy and paste it. It's a reject script, and I don't know much of reject. I don't use it that much, but when I need it, we can always find it with the help of other professionals, right? So I'm going to just copy that script. I have it on a txt file here, and I'll paste it here. And so this is what we have. First we trim it, then we lowercase it. We don't want it to be uppercase or camel case or any of that, right? And we don't want capital letters inside of our slug. And then the rest here is the regex magic. For instance, I know a few, like globally replace the dash and all of this other stuff. So it's for the pros, but that's it. This is going to replace all our double dashes, is going to remove double spaces, is going to replace special characters. I believe it should be here, and it's going to do all of that. And once we have that, we are storing it in this slug text. So what we can do here is to just return that slug text, right? So return slug text. Let me just copy this and paste. I think we need a coffee break. Okay, so I'll just return this, and okay, so now I need to use it where I'm creating our story. So let me come back here, add one. I can do it here, or simply after I create my new record before saving it. So what I'm going to do here is, in this try, before saving it, I will say if, so because we're going to be sending in slug text from the admin UI, but we are not going to be doing it from Swagger. So let me check. So if the request is from Swagger, we are not going to have the slug text. So what I'm going to do is, if not, and I say new record, oops, and I say new record that we've created above dot slug. So it means that if the slug is missing, so if there is no slug in the new record, I need to generate a slug. That would mean that this request is coming from maybe Postman or Swagger, right? So I will say new record dot slug is equal to, and then I'll use the function we defined below. So let me just do this. Sorry, I have to copy this. I don't want to misspell this. And I would do is equal to generate slug, and I'll pass in the new record dot title. So we'll use the new record dot title to generate that slug, right? All right, so that's all I need here. So if there's no slug, our generate slug. And actually we can modify this a bit to check all other slugs, right? But we're not going to do that here. So this will just work for us fine, right? So that's that. That's all we need to modify about our story schema and the routes and then the controller to have a full story object when we are creating it. So the image URL and the slug, those are the two important things that we took care of, right? So at this point, we have everything for our validations and Swagger documentation. What we need to do is to now use another package to actually serve our Swagger generated documentation. Okay, so we need to do that in the index file. Now, if you remember, we installed a package called Swagger UI Express. That's the package that you're going to use to serve your Swagger documentation. So let's import it here and mount it. Constant Swagger UI. Swagger UI. You can read the documentation for this. It's a very interesting package, right? Require, and then is going to be Swagger UI Express. That's this package. We've installed it before. We need to specify where the Swagger file is. So where the documentation, the Swagger documentation file is. And in our swagger.js here, the autogen that is going to help us generate our Swagger JSON documentation, we say we are going to place it inside of here, right? Swagger JSON. So let me just copy that. Swagger output.json. Let me come back here and continue our modification. So what I'm going to do here is to import that file. We don't have it yet, but I'm going to import it, and then we'll use it immediately after it is generated. So Swagger file is equal to require. Like I said, we don't have it yet, but we are going to have it as soon as we run our swagger-autogen JS file. So let me paste that here. And then we have this. I think there's one more place we need to. Okay, so finally we have to use the Swagger UI, right? So we're going to create a route for our documentation, and that should come after this router. So we create another route. So we say app.use, and the route is going to be doc, and it is a string, right? So /doc. So if you go to localhost 500/doc, you're going to get our Swagger documentation, and I'm supposed to pass in Swagger UI.serve, Swagger UI, that's Swagger UI Express, and .serve, that's the function I'm supposed to pass, so that this Swagger UI Express is going to serve the file using this route. Next, I'm supposed to set this up by doing Swagger UI.setup. Right, it's a function there. In the setup, we pass in the Swagger file. So the Swagger file that we're going to generate, and this is the file, we have defined it here. We could have just passed in this direct value, or we can just do it like this, and then we have that. All right, so let me save this file, and let's hope at this point that we can run this application and it should work without any errors. So let's go ahead and try that. So I open new terminal, and in our environmental variables, we changed this to 5002. Let me try 5000 again, because we defined our Swagger endpoint to use 5000. So let me try it like this. So here we are not going to just run yarn start, because we have a script that is supposed to run to generate our Swagger documentation, right? We have it. Let me see it here. Node swagger.js to run our JS file. So the command I need is start gen doc, and then I'm going to copy that, and then I'll say yarn and paste that start gen doc, right? So if we modify anything in our Swagger definitions, we need to rerun this for our Swagger documentation to be updated. If we don't, we can simply continue using our start script. Okay, so let me execute this and see if we're good. Okay, so we are still having that same issue. This port is in use. Let's just go back and modify our environmental variable and change it to the one that we know we are not using. But with this, we need to go to our Swagger UI, Swagger.js, and change our host to 502, right? Okay, so let's come back here and let's execute it again. Okay, so that's good. We now have our application running. So at this point, let's go and check out the outcome of our hard work. But before that, let me just show you that our Swagger output file has been created by swagger-autogen. And okay, you can see it's a pretty long file, 994 lines of code. And that's not something that we could have done easily, right? Okay, so that's a good thing about this package that I discovered. In .NET, we don't do that. There are auto generators there, but here you have to find a way to do that yourself. Okay, so let's open a browser. So let's go to localhost, and the port is 5002, right? And /doc, right? So this /doc is the route we define in our index file. That's the endpoint for our documentation. So let's go to back to our browser, and let me press enter. Perfect. So as you can see here, we have our Swagger documentation. Let me zoom in. Okay, the zoom is good, I think. Okay, so you can see all of our endpoints. We have the authentication endpoint, we have the admin. These are the regions that we defined, right? And the posts, the file, profile. Okay. However, I don't seem to be seeing the models here that we define. All right, we're going to go back and look at what's wrong with that, right? But let's check out the authorized. Perfect, it is good. Let's check out a protected admin endpoint to see if our validation rules are working. So let's check out a protected route and see if our middleware, so ensure authenticated and ensure authorized, is working. So an administrator must be logged in first, and we are not logged in. So let's try it, and then you can see our pagination that we defined using express paginator. This is really wonderful. This is good. So let me just execute and let's see. Perfect. So we have our unauthorized response, and that's good. I'm sure if we create an account and we log in, so if we in the endpoint here, if we seed it with a user and we log in, we should be able to query this endpoint. Okay, so the little problem here is we still don't have our models showing up here, so let's go and try to fix that. I'm just going to minimize this and let's go back. Let me stop our application from executing, so Control C and yes, terminate. And then let's open our, most likely it should be a mistake in our swagger.js, and let's go through to see if we can find what the problem is. Info, all of these are working, they are showing up correctly. The security definition seems to be working. The models, okay, so everything appears to be good here, but let's check it out. Are we doing something wrong? Login route, post, swagger parameters, schema, ref, definitions. Okay, all right, I think I see it. So what we are supposed to have there is in the swagger.js file is definitions, not definition, right? So that s that we omitted is what is probably causing the problem. So let's come back here now that we have it, and we can, if I do yarn start, it's the same old documentation we are going to see. So instead of that, we do yarn start gen doc, not just run the application. So let me recreate our Swagger documentation, and let's go back to our browser and refresh. Let's see if this is going to update. Looks like it has. Oh, perfect. So we have our models here, our login model that we defined here, and we reused in the authentication this. All right, so that's good. We have this. I'm sure we have one last thing. Let me stop this application, Control C, and yes. Okay, so the final part, to send out emails, and we're going to be sending out just two emails, right? One is when a user registers, we send them a confirmation code so they can verify their emails. The second one is when a user forgets their email, right? So we send them a mail. So using that code that we send in the mail, they can reset their password. So let's just do that here quickly. And if you remember from the start of our application, we installed all the packages we're going to need for everything. And the two packages that apply to email are the email templates, which allows you to send HTML templates, templated emails. And then we have the node mailer, that's like the big boy of sending emails in NodeJS and Express. So these are the two we are going to need. Okay, yes, and this EGS, right? That's embedded JavaScript, is a templating engine. So this email template can use any of the templating engines in Node.js, but for what we are going to do, we'll use EJS. Okay, let me just mention here that with email templates, you are not restricted to using EJS, right? The templating engine. You can use POG, you can use HBS, you can use, in fact, you can use React, you can use handlebars. I've used that one a lot. So, and POG, right? So here we're going to use EJS. So we've already installed all of these. So let's just go ahead now and create our emails. Okay, so we need to create two things. First, we need to create our templates, and we're going to use HTML. We want our emails to look beautiful with our logos, with everything, and with buttons if possible, right? And then we're going to create the scripts that are going to use NodeMailer to send the mails, right? So the first thing I want to talk about these email templates here is that we can just find free emails online, email templates, right? And use them. They're a bit complicated to develop. So So I'm going to show you the email template we're going to use. We'll just get a free one, and we're going to get it from SendGrid, right? So I use SendGrid a lot, and they have free email templates. So let me zoom in so that I'll show you the template. So if you just go to sendgrid.com and then slash free templates, you're going to find that. And let's scroll through. So these are some of their free emails. Okay, so the template we're going to use is this verification email template. That's fine. Okay, and if you click on it, it can take you to the details, and then you can download it, right? So I'll go ahead and download this template and set it up. So I'll just pause our video, set up this template, and explain what I've done, right? Okay, so I've gone ahead and done a couple of things in our application. I'm going to show you everything I've done. So the first thing is to create our environmental variables for sending of emails. We're going to use Gmail for this test, right? And okay, there's a wrong thing, is going to be rock tech. So from rock tech team, we can just see this. Okay, let me explain what I've done here. So I've created the host, that's smtp.gmail, and then the port that we're going to use is that we are going to use port 465 for SMTP. Use SSL is going to be true. The email, that's the sender's email, is going to be this email. I'm going to use this my email. The password is not a realistic password, but you just change it with your password. So what you need to do in your case is change this email and then the password, right? So after doing this, the next thing is the templates that we downloaded. We modified it a bit. This package, let me show you. Okay, let me close everything here so that we can have close all. All right, so in the packages of JSON, these are email templates that you can use together with NodeMailer and any templating engine to send emails. This is the structure of how you are supposed to do it. You actually need to do it like this. Okay, let's start from welcome. So when a user signs on, we need to send them a welcome email, right? And you need to define it exactly something like this. So you need to have the HTML file, the subject file if you're going to modify the subject. So subject like hi Mark Melton, you use the name of the person, then you need to have the subject, and then you need to have the text. So whatever is the extension, what I'm trying to say here is you must have the HTML file, the subject file, and if you want to send a plain text file, you have to have it. So it's a good practice to always provide a plain text alternative, right? Okay, so let me show you the HTML file, and this is it. Is the file I actually downloaded, and I just copied the HTML and pasted it here, and that's what I'm going to use. So this was provided by SendGrid. Everything here is directly from SendGrid. The only thing I've modified, and I'm going to show you, I modified some colors here, and I modified so the logo that is there that shows up, I changed the source of the logo to a different logo I have on my website. So I'm going to place this here. I'm sure before pushing to production, I'm going to change this logo to the actual logo for this application. But I just put this here as a test. So I change it to an image that is online, and when the user opens their email, this is the image that is going to be loaded as the logo of our email template. I also, okay, so I changed a couple of colors. I want to show you one thing that is important here. Okay, so the important thing I want to show you here is the placeholders I have and that I'm going to replace. So here is one placeholder called name. That's the way EJS templating work. So I need to just put it like this, and then I can pass in a value when I'm sending, when I'm creating the actual email to send, and I'll call it name. So when it fetches this template from this, it will replace whatever value is in the name variable with, it will replace this with that, right? So I'm just saying here hello, and then okay, I'm saying here hi, and then the name of whoever just signed up, and we have some text. Yes, thanks for signing up. No, email templates don't look pretty, right? They have a bunch of tables and table data and rows. It's just a specialized task. Okay, so I have a bunch of stuff here. Let me see the other variable. I'm sure I have another variable here where I'm going to replace with the code. So let me just search that out, and code. Right. So this is the activation code. I have it right here. So it's going to replace it with that. Okay, the subject is simple. Just I just have is a straightforward text, and I just have this. Okay, let me change this to rock tech. And okay, so welcome, and then the name of the person from rock tech. So that's when you register. Okay, the next part to show you is this text, right? So I keep using this wrong name. I was doing a different tutorial for that. So let me do this rock tech. So if it's plain text, right? So the recipient doesn't have the capacity to view HTML templates. They can just still be able to read this email by this, right? This is just plain text, and the templating engine is going to respect all of these line breaks, so it's going to look fairly pretty like this. So hi, and the name of the person, and then whatever it is, and then the code. I'm going to modify this description a bit to fit what we have here. So I have my welcome email. I have the forget email is exactly the same. You have the name, the code, and then password recovery from, yes, this I'm going to modify that so that it's going to look, before I commit this code for you to download. So I'm going to modify this a bit and ensure that is consistent with this tutorial, right? So I have email, forgot password. The next thing is to create the actual mailers that are going to send it, right? So the first thing here is the config. So under the mailers, I'm going to create a configuration object. Now, this configuration, we could create it in every sender where, so if we have like 10 places to send emails, what I see some people do is to define this configuration in each of those areas. But what we can do is just pull it out so that we are defining only one configuration, and then we can use it anywhere else we are sending the emails. So we are requiring node mailer, we are requiring the email templates, and then we are creating the transporter. Okay, this is node mailer stuff. It's pretty standard. Their documentation is great and you won't miss it. Okay, so and here we are creating the actual email, and then the views for the email. That's what the templating email templates does, right? So the views, you have to specify where the views are going to be, and I say it's going to be in email templates. I think I need to rename this. So let me rename this to, let me say underscore email templates. Yep, that's what I specified here. And then the extension, so the templating engine extension I'm going to use is EJS. and then the message from, that's what we specified in the environmental variable here. So from, and then the send is true. If you have it as false, this email is not actually going to send. So if you run your application, it's going to just open up in a browser and show you what it should have sent. But you need to set this send to true so that it will actually send the email, right? And then the transport is the transporter that we define above here with all the variables that it needs to authenticate and to send the email, right? Okay, so if you are using Gmail, don't forget to enable less secure apps on Gmail. I have another tutorial on YouTube, and it's a .NET tutorial on how to send emails, but you're going to see it there. You can just check through and see how you can enable it. I showed it there. So if you are using Gmail, you have to enable less secure apps. Okay, so that's the config. Now, after we've done the config, we need to actually send the individual emails, the two emails we need to send. So this is what we created the sender for, and we are going to reuse what we have in the config here. So this is the actual script that will send the email. You can see we have two here. The welcome sender, well, the function is going to accept the recipient, the name of the person so that we can address it appropriately, and the code that they are going to use to verify their emails, right? And the template is going to be welcome. So if you remember, I said you have to structure things exactly as this. So you can see that the name of that entire folder is welcome, and that's what you need to have here. That's the template name. And under the folder, we have these other ones. So it's going to just find the folder called welcome under email template, and it's going to pass, it's going to use these files inside it in exactly how we defined it. Okay, so message two, that's the recipient. Then the locals, those are the variables that we are going to send there, right? We have used the recipient email here, but we are going to define, it's kind of like an object that we pass to EJS, and EJS is going to use it to replace those placeholders we have there. And we have only two placeholders here. That's the name and then the code. And then we will send. After we send, you can console log the entire email. You're going to see all of your HTML. It's not necessary, you can just remove this, right? So there's no point to log it, but sometimes I like to log things and to see what's happening. So, and if there's an error, we can log it similarly and see what it is. Okay, so then you have the forget password is quite identical to the one above, and then we are exporting this, right? So now that we've had this set up, what we need to do is to just send these emails. So let me quickly show you how we're going to send those emails from our controllers. Okay, so we are going to be sending these emails from only a single place, one controller, and that's the authentication controller. So let me go ahead and open it. Let me close this and let me come here. So when a user registers, we want to send them an email. But first, let's import this the mailers that we created. So we are going to const, and there are two functions there that send emails. So it's going to, I could actually just come here. These are the things that I need, and then paste them here. And so I have the welcome and is equal to require, and it will be from mailers, that's this mailers, and then from the senders, that's the actual sending scripts. So next, what I could do is so I'll scroll through. Let me send the welcome email first. So I'll scroll through user.save. Okay, so if it succeeds, user.save. If it passes that and continuous execution, it means it has succeeded. So I'm going to send the welcome mailer. So I enter the function, and then I'm going to get my stuff from this new user, right? So let me copy the new user and paste it here. So the first parameter first argument I should pass is the email. That's the recipient. We call the recipient there. I'll paste this, and the name as the name of the recipient for addressing the email, and then the new user dot the verification code that we created here. That's what we are going to send. That's the code for the verification, right? When we are developing our mobile apps and the other applications, you're going to see how we're going to use this. Okay, so this is all I need to send this email, and actually it's going to work. I could await it. Let me see. No, it's not an async function, but I don't need to await anything here. I just need to send it, and then if it fails, fine. For this application, we are not going to do anything about it. So if we try sending it and it fails, that's that. We could do it differently, right? Like what we did in this our app. So it fails, we try it again. It fails, we try it again. But we don't want to do that. The emails here are not that critical. So for instance, we can just provide another functionality for the user to request a new verification code. So we are done with this verification code. The next one would be the forgot password. So let me minimize this. Forgot password here. Okay. So in forgot password, we also want to send an email. Let me copy the sender and use it at the right place. And so if we are able to update this user and it succeeds, we need to send the email. So the email, the arguments are going to come from the user dot email, the user that we just updated, the user dot name, and the user. Okay, no, yeah, we can use the user dot code, or we can just take this code. Yes, not the encrypted code, right? Because we're going to store only the hash and we'll compare it. So I'm going to just send this code, right? Okay, so this is everything we need to send our email. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to send this email, but I'm going to send a sample email and to show you. So we are going to just try it out. But I have to tell you that in our templates here, I'm using a logo that is not the logo we'll be using for this. But let me just show you that it's going to work so that you would know. Okay, so let me come here. Let me go to new terminal and let's run our application. Now, because we've not modified anything about our Swagger documentation, I can just yarn start. It's still going to use the documentation that is already there. Okay, so it has successfully started, and let's open our Swagger UI. Okay, so this is it here, and what we need to do is to register a new user here and to see the email is going to send. So let's do that. Okay, so here I'm going to replace that with my name, Mark Melton, and my email. So I'm trying to register, right? I'm using the Swagger, right? So I'll use an email that I actually have, so that if the email is sent, we can see it. And then the password, I can just use this default password, and then I click. Okay, so I seem to be having a small error in our validators. Okay, so let's quickly fix that and try it again. So it is in our user validator, line 13. So let me go and fix that. Okay, so validations, user validator, line 13. If errors dot is empty, what's wrong with this? Okay, validation, oops, how am I applying this here? Definitely not. What I'm supposed to have here is the validation result, right? I'm going to go through our other validators to be sure that I did not make this mistake, right? So this is the validation result I'm supposed to have here. That's what's going to give me the errors, right? So I have corrected that. Let me stop. You can use MERN for this because we're not going to be making a lot of modifications. I'm just using Node to run this. Okay, so this is successful and it has started. I will go back here. I don't need to modify anything here. I can just use this straight. I'll just send the request again and I have another error. All right, definitely this error is coming from our validations, so I need to go back and look at what I'm doing wrong in the validation still. So let me stop this and check out our validations. Right. Oh, I have it here. This is password. We don't have a passport anywhere. I don't know why I was doing passport. It's password, so it can't find passport. So yes, definitely. So name, email, and password. That's what I need to validate. Good catch. Okay, so let me come back here and yarn start and try it out again, and I hope this time it works. Okay, and I execute. Looks like it's going to work. Am I running our application? Yeah, yes. All right, so we seem to be having a little problem, another issue here, because this loader keeps loading and nothing is happening. I'm sure we have a problem. Okay, so I'm going to cancel this and let me go and stop our application and let's try to find what the issue is, right? So Control C, yes, and let me go to, so just a moment ago we were able to hit our validations and we don't seem, this doesn't seem to be working. So let me just look at this. So let's look at our route again. So the register route, okay, no, not the controller. Let me go to the route, the authentication route. This is the register method. Okay, so once this route is hit, the first thing that is going to happen is validations are going to be applied. So the first thing we need to look at is the validation. It looks like the validation has an issue and is not, so execution seems to be stopping and there's no error, right? So let's look through this. What's the problem? We are returning response if there is an error which we have received before a moment ago. If there are no errors, return next. Oh, all right, that's the problem. So you don't return next like this, you return next as is a function. Oh, that's the kind of thing that makes you want to curse. So now I think I found the problem. All right, let me save this. Let me go to all the other validators. Oh, this is definitely not going to work. Next is a function that you call. Oh, we have this error across all of our validators. So none of it would have worked. So it would have gotten to this place if there is no error and then nothing will happen again, so our request will never proceed. Okay, so let me go here. We have them everywhere. This is one of those errors that you can easily make and not find easily. All right, so let me go to file, let me save all, let me come back here and let me restart our application. Okay, so let me do CLS and let me start. Let me regenerate our document. So let me run this again. Okay, so it's running on 5002. Let's go now to our Swagger. I'm going to just copy this and refresh so that I won't have to retype out these things. So let me just refresh it and we have this. So I'm going to try it again and paste in that model and I'm going to execute again, and let's hope this time around it works. Perfect. Oops, okay, so user validation failed, image path is required. Okay, let me look at, let's look at that. I believe it's in the model. Okay, user and image required is true, and we are not sending. Let's put a default, that's the user's image, so we can have, so instead of this, let's just change this real quick. Let's say default, and so what's the default going to be? We'll just have it as no image dot png. So when a default user signs up, we're going to assign this no image dot png image to their, to this, right? Okay, so let me do this. Let me run it again. So I'll stop, Control C and gendoc. So let's go back and test our application again. So I'll come back here. I don't need to refresh this. I can just execute again and let's see what happens. Perfect. So account successfully. Perfect. So you can see here that, okay, so let me close the other tabs here and let me show you this. So this is the email that was actually sent, right? But that's what NodeMailer does. Is going to open up browser and to show you the email that you sent. And like I said, this was I copied this from a tutorial I was trying to make and I did not continue, right? So that was a different tutorial for a different purpose, but that's just the template, and you know, we can have this code. That's the code we were trying to send. So if a user receives this email in their mobile app, they are going to type this code and then we can verify their email, right? And this is the text email. That is a good thing from NodeMailer. Let me zoom in a bit so that you see this more. This is it. So this is the email that we just sent now from our code. Exactly. So perfect. Let me see if I can find it in my Gmail. Okay, so my email is still not here, but I'm sure it's going to be here pretty soon. So with this, we have been able to send our email. So this concludes the email part. So finally, if you enjoyed this video, do not forget to like this video and to subscribe to my channel and to leave any other comments you may have below. And you can find the source code, the downloadable source code, on the link that is provided here. You can find the link in the description section below. And if you prefer the text version of this tutorial, you can find it on my website at maxcodingsport.com. Thank you for watching this video. See you next time.